Chapter 5:02. Blazing Cave. What's the use of increasing affinity? Yi Xian asked again. If your affinity with the fire attribute increases, then your cultivation talent will also increase slightly. The most important thing is that it can increase your perception and power of fire attribute martial arts, which will make your cultivation progress faster. If it's the rock spirit, then it will increase your perception and power of earth attribute martial arts, explained the small-eyed young man. Perception and power. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had signed a contract with the rock spirit, which meant that his earth attribute was at least at the epic rank. Then, what if the fire spirit dies? Yi Xian asked with a frown. It won't affect the martial artist. After signing a contract with the fire spirit, the martial artist's affinity will increase. Even if the fire spirit is killed, the affinity won't decrease. The small-eyed youth shook his head. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although he said so, he still felt that it was better for Wei Zhentian to be alive. He paused and continued asking, is it possible to sign a contract with both the fire spirit and the rock spirit at the same time? The small-eyed youth shook his head. That's even more impossible. You can only sign a contract with one elemental spirit. I've never heard of anyone signing two at the same time. Moreover, the fire spirit is extremely precious. Even if you don't use it and give it to someone else, you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. With so many people, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get it. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the people around him. There were more than 1,000 people here, and they had all gathered in a single day. If the news spread, there would be even more experts here. That's right. However, a single fire spirit is equivalent to the wealth of everyone here combined. Moreover, there are many good things in the Blazing Cave, so these people aren't just gathering here for the fire spirit. The small-eyed youth said, when will the Blazing Cave open? Yi Xian was also interested in the fire spirit. Although the fire spirit was useless to him, he could give it to someone who needed it. Hearing this, the small-eyed youth turned his head and pointed at the volcano in front of them. That fire pillar is thinning. After a while, we can enter the volcano from the entrance. Yi Xian took a look and realized that the pillar of fire was still some distance away from the crater. However, these people did not dare to rush in recklessly. Who knew if the pillar of fire would suddenly grow bigger? Intuition told Yi Xian that the scorching catacombs were very dangerous, so he had to be careful. As for the fire spirit, he didn't have much hope. He just wanted to go down and gain some experience. Brother, this scorching catacombs is very dangerous, and you're the first batch to enter. There are many unknown dangers, so I think it's better for you to follow behind the others and let them explore. Of course, the disadvantage of doing so is that all the good things on the road will be taken away. The small-eyed youth saw that Yi Xian was pleasing to the eye, so he reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Xian nodded. Goodbye. The small-eyed young man smiled and continued to promote his fire avoidance pearl. Yi Xian put away the fire avoidance pearl and flew into the sky, waiting quietly. The fire pillar was shrinking bit by bit. The number of people was also increasing. Some martial artists who were not afraid of death directly flew to the newly formed volcano, probed it, and found that it was almost there. Let's go. These people exchanged glances with their companions, then flew directly into the volcano and towards the bottom. The fire spirit lived in a scorching place, so it must be deep underground. Seeing that some people had gone down, the others also followed. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He was not interested in the fire spirit anyway. He was waiting for the others to go in and explore. If he was the first batch to go in and found some heaven and earth treasure first, it would definitely lead to a huge battle. He loved to be the fisherman. The martial artists went down one after another, and soon More than 500 people had left. Yi Xian glanced around and found that there were still many Heaven Vein experts. It seemed that they were also planning to let these people go in and explore. The fire pillar was still shrinking. At this time, they were already 100 meters away from the mouth of the volcano, so the danger was much lower. After waiting for most of the people to leave, Yi Xian also flew over. The fire pillar continued to soar into the sky, and the temperature was extremely high. Yi Xian was drenched in sweat from the steam. He took out a bottle of precious medicine and drank a mouthful, then rushed into the mouth of the volcano. There was only one way out of the mouth of the volcano, and that was to go down. Yi Xian quickly descended, and along the way, he heard the roars of many saint beasts. After about 5 minutes of descending, he was tens of thousands of meters underground. Then he saw a scorching hot magma. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw a few passageways. There seems to be something in the magma. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes because he saw that there were large, non-human footprints at the entrances of the passageways. He took out a white bone battle puppet from the devouring space and threw it at the entrance. Before the white bone battle puppet landed, a huge figure rushed out of the magma and swallowed the white bone battle puppet in one gulp. Giant lava lizard. Yi Xian recognized this saint beast. It was a giant lava lizard that was comparable to a heavenly pulse expert. After this giant lava lizard swallowed the white bone battle puppet, it dove back into the magma, hiding its strength and reputation. If an ordinary person wanted to go in, they would be attacked by the giant lava lizard first. If it was light, they would have their arms and legs broken. If it was heavy, they would be dragged into the magma and melted into nothing. The temperature of the magma in this scorching cave was definitely higher than that of an ordinary volcano. Yi Xian estimated that if he put his hand in, it would be instantly burned into nothingness. Therefore, he did not want to kill the giant lava lizard. His goal was only to enter one of the passageways. Then he took out a few more white bone battle puppets and threw them over. As expected, 2 more giant lava lizards jumped out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed into the passageway. However, he did not expect that there would be a giant lava lizard waiting for him at a corner of the passageway. I was too lazy to kill you in the magma. Since you came out yourself, I'll turn you into my experience points. Yi Xian held the 8 Desolation sword tightly and used the Prime Clear Demon slaying slash in front of him. The giant lava lizard was huge, and its defense was not bad. The Prime Clear Demon slaying slash could only barely break through its defense. The giant lava lizard opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fireball at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian dodged it easily. The giant lava lizard is a distant relative of the earth dragon. I wonder if the dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation will be effective. Yi Xian thought for a moment and rushed over with the dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation. His speed was not something that the clumsy giant lava lizard could compare to. When he got close to the giant lava lizard, it could not even catch his shadow. Dragon-slaying Sword of Desolation. Dragon's Judgment. Chapter 503. Terrifying heatwave impact. As expected, as long as there is a trace of dragon blood in the body, the dragon-slaying Sword of 8 Desolation will be effective. Yi Xian waited until the lava lizard was completely dead before keeping its corpse and devouring it. A sacred beast that was comparable to a heavenly vein expert was worth a lot of experience points to Yi Xian. After devouring it, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that unlocking the heavenly vein was just around the corner. Then he continued to move forward along the passage. The blazing cave was very hot. If a spirit realm martial artist came in, they would not be able to withstand the heat and would be burned to ashes. Even if it was a soul essence realm martial artist, they were constantly consuming their true qi. However, for Yi Xian, who had the sacred tree of life's bloodline, this consumption would be instantly recovered. Hence, the fire avoidance pearl was useless to him. He kept the fire avoidance pearl and continued forward. After walking for a while, he began to see corpses. There were human corpses and lava lizards' corpses. It seemed that a battle had broken out here. The rest of the people fought as they walked, and no one came to collect the corpses. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the tunnel. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that someone was fighting while heading in his direction. The tunnel was quite big, and it was about 100 meters tall. Yi Xian hid in a corner. He did not want to be caught in the crossfire, unless the person coming was not strong enough. TSK, stay here. Fire dragon grass is not something that Earth Vein martial artists like you can get their hands on. With this fire dragon grass, I can exchange it for some cultivation resources and unlock my 5th heavenly vein. Soon, a group of people appeared in front of Yi Xian. There were 2 groups of people. There was only one person running in front, and 5 people chasing behind him. Yi Xian estimated that the strongest among them was around 5 heavenly veins. They were relatively weak. Hence, he dashed forward. Prime Clarity Sword Technique. Yi Xian used his special skill and killed the person in front of him. Then, he took his yin and yang ring. How dare you come out halfway? You're courting death. In an instant, Yi Xian became a thorn in the eyes of these 5 people. However, after Yi Xian devoured the contents of the interspatial ring, his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. Ding! Host has unlocked the 1st heavenly meridian. The fire dragon grass was a precious heavenly treasure that was 2 to 3 times more valuable than the other items in the interspatial ring. It allowed Yi Xian, who had opened 70 earth veins, to open 71st, 72nd earth veins, and the 1st heavenly vein. The current Yi Xian could be considered to have stepped into the heaven meridian realm. With his cultivation level, killing the other 5 was extremely easy. Rip, rip, rip. 5 crisp sounds rang out in a row as 5 heads fell to the ground. All 5 of their universe rings also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host has unlocked the 2nd heavenly meridian. Yi Xian's cultivation level rose again. Now, his strength was considered to be at the top of the group of martial artists who had entered the scorching catacombs. This fire spirit is worth a try. If I can get it, I can exchange it for a lot of heavenly treasures. Yi Xian thought to himself. As for how much he could exchange for, it would depend on the quality of the fire spirit. Some fire spirits could help raise a martial artist's fire affinity to the upper legendary level, while others could only raise it to the lower epic level. There was a huge difference between the two. In the scorching catacombs, sacred beasts like the giant lava lizard were not the only ones. There were others as well. However, to Yi Xian, they were no longer a threat. Yi Xian advanced along the passageway and encountered many threats. In addition, there were also many heavenly treasures. He gained quite a lot. At this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the passageway. Yi Xian paused and felt the temperature rise in front of him. He was so frightened that Yi Xian quickly retreated. Boom! A wave of heat assaulted him. Its speed was much faster than Yi Xian's, and it directly drowned him. So hot! Yi Xian widened his eyes. This wave of heat burned his clothes, and even his skin began to melt. A layer of skin fell off with a touch, and blood flowed. He was instantly turned into a pile of flesh. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, which healed his wounds. Very soon, this wave of heat passed. Fortunately, I have already opened my heavenly veins and the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Otherwise, this wave of heat would have burned my bones out. Yi Xian shuddered. Just now, he did not even open his eyes. His eyelids were almost melted. If even he, an expert who had opened 2 heavenly veins, was reduced to this state, then those martial artists with earth veins would not be able to survive. Now, Yi Xian understood that the danger in the scorching catacombs was not the sacred beasts, but the heat waves. Even if someone could survive the first wave of heat, they would not be able to withstand more than a few waves. Moreover, their true qi would be greatly depleted. He did not know how much strength they would have left when they found the fire spirit. However, this kind of environment was a disguised form of improvement for Yi Xian. Immediately, he quickened his pace. As expected, there were many Earth Veins martial artists who had died in this wave of heat. The ground was littered with corpses. These people had been burned beyond recognition. Some of them even had their heads melted. They had died horrible deaths. Yi Xian walked over, picked up their weapons and interspatial rings, and devoured them. These Earth Veins martial artists could not withstand the first wave of heat, let alone the second and third. Yi Xian estimated that after 1 or 2 more waves of heat, these Earth Veins martial artists would all die. He quickened his pace again and began to catch up with the main group in front. Along the way, there were countless corpses like this. Hence, they all benefited Yi Xian, allowing his strength to continuously improve. Soon, the tunnel came to an end. Yi Xian remembered that there were a total of 9 tunnels at the entrance of the volcano. However, the place he came out of had 10. Moreover, there were already hundreds of experts here. All of them were heavenly veins, and the weakest had opened 5 heavenly veins. At the same time, these people were gathered on both sides of a tunnel, sticking close to the wall. What's going on? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw that the tunnel in the middle of this group was constantly spewing out hot air. It seemed that the heat wave had come from there. He looked around and realized that these heavenly veins martial artists were more or less injured. Some were caused by battle, while others were caused by the heat wave. At this moment, rumble! The tunnel rumbled violently again. Everyone immediately spewed out their true qi to defend themselves. It's coming again. Everyone, be careful! Someone shouted with good intentions. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He hurriedly rushed to the side of a wall and summoned the Octotera shield to protect his vitals. Chapter 504. Dragon Slayer, boom! A scorching aura erupted from the 10th tunnel. The temperature was even higher than before, and it instantly flooded the entire area. Then it rushed out from the other 9 tunnels. F***CK. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. His realm was the weakest among all of them. Although he still had the Bahuang sword, it could only amplify his strength when he was attacking. This wave of heat instantly burned a few of the weaker people into ashes. Although Yi Xian's qi strength and the yuan qi of heaven and earth that he could use were not much, he was lucky that he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he could constantly heal his injuries. Otherwise, he would have died in this wave of heat. The wave of heat lasted for 3 whole seconds. Originally, there were hundreds of Heaven Vein realm experts, but now there were only 80 people left. After 3 seconds, the people around the dead quickly put away their interspatial rings. Then someone shouted, "Charge!" Someone took the lead and rushed into the 10th tunnel. The others did the same. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. He had just arrived and had not even figured out what was going on. But now he had to go in. Out of caution, he was the last one to go in. In the 10th tunnel, the smell of blood was very strong. It was all left behind by the group of warriors in front. They did not have time to heal their injuries. Only Yi Xian was unscathed. However, Just as Yi Xian rushed into the 10th tunnel, there was suddenly a loud sound. The third wave of heat. Yi Xian frowned and prepared to use the Bahuang shield to protect his vitals. However, when he listened carefully, he realized that it was not the sound of a heat wave. It was a dragon's roar. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood. There was probably a flying dragon or a sky dragon at the end of this tunnel. Since it was not a heat wave, everyone was relieved and rushed over at full speed. After Yi Xian came out of the tunnel, he arrived in a sea of lava. At the end of this lava sea, there was indeed a fiery red flying dragon. Not only that, but there were also many giant lava lizards in this sea of lava. If someone flew over, these giant lava lizards would attack them. At this time, quite a few experts had already flown into the sea of lava and were heading towards the wyverns. The lava lizards below also began to attack the Heaven Vein realm experts. However, the lava lizards' strength wasn't very strong, and it wasn't much of a threat to these Heaven Vein realm experts. Quilling. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared on the shoulder of the flying dragon at the end of the magma sea. This petite voice belonged to a palm-sized fire seed. Like the rock spirit, it had arms and legs and a pair of bright eyes. This was the fire spirit. The great thousand world is indeed mysterious. A small fire seed actually has hands and feet. It seems that this flaming wyvern is the guardian of this fire spirit. Yi Xian thought to himself, the flaming wyvern was strong enough to fight against experts with 10 opened heaven meridians. Now that it had the fire spirit, it was strong enough to fight against so many experts. Yi Xian also noticed this, so he didn't immediately join in the battle. So many people rushed over because of the fire spirit. However, there was only one fire spirit, and there were still dozens of people alive. Therefore, even if the flaming wyvern was killed, a huge battle would break out. Yi Xian stuck close to the wall and slowly approached. At this time, the dozens of Heaven Vein realm experts had already begun to attack the flaming wyvern. Roar! The flaming wyvern began to spit out flames crazily. A few people who couldn't dodge in time were directly turned into ashes. The temperature of this dragon breath was much higher than the second wave of heat. Even the strongest experts didn't dare to take it head-on. What a pity for those interspatial rings. Yi Xian was helpless. He looked around and found more than 10 people who had the same idea as him. These cultivators were waiting for the humans to kill the flaming wyvern and then reap the benefits. After all, there was only one way out. However, what surprised them was that the dragon-slaying team that rushed over was actually defeated by this flaming wyvern. In less than 10 seconds, more than 10 people died, and the flaming wyvern did not have many injuries on its body. At this time, the surrounding people couldn't watch anymore. They all rushed up to help. If the team in front of them was wiped out, they wouldn't be able to kill the flaming wyvern. Yi Xian also hesitated for a moment. Then he took out his dragon-slaying sword and charged over. Dragon-slaying sword, dragon's judgment. Yi Xian entered the battle and directly threw out a dragon's judgment that dealt great damage to dragons. Kacha! The dragon's judgment landed on the flaming wyvern, immediately splitting its skin and flesh. The damage was much higher than that of an expert with 10 opened heaven veins. So strong. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't expect such a powerful expert to be here. Originally, the dragon-slaying team was a little weak. However, with Yi Xian's participation, the situation was reversed. The flaming wyvern was beaten until it roared continuously. Dragon's judgment! Dragon's judgment! Dragon's judgment! Yi Xian attacked crazily. In less than 5 rounds, the flaming wyvern was covered in wounds. The others focused their attacks on these wounds. Soon, the flaming wyvern was at the end of its rope. The fire spirit on the flaming wyvern's shoulder saw that the situation wasn't good. It immediately fled, preparing to dive into the lava. Want to run? A cultivator near the fire spirit swept over and grabbed the fire spirit in his hand. However, the fire spirit didn't stay in his hand for more than a second. His head was chopped off, and the fire spirit was transferred to another person. This was a spark that ignited the atmosphere in an instant. Fire spirit, that's mine. Scram, the fire spirit belongs to my Chun family. All members of the Hu family heed my order. Give up attacking and snatch it. A great battle royale unfolded. Sigh, Yi Xian shook his head. The greed of human nature showed once again. However, he didn't join the battle to snatch the fire spirit. Instead, he continued to attack the flaming wyvern. In any case, there was only one way to go. He would chase after someone else when they ran away. Besides him, there were still a few people helping to kill the flaming wyvern. Yi Xian secretly praised these people for their integrity. Dragon's slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian suddenly rushed to the back of the flaming wyvern. Then he slashed down and finally killed the flaming wyvern. The flaming wyvern was killed, but it wasn't completely dead yet. It was estimated that it would fall into the lava soon, so he hurriedly held on to its corpse. Die. At this time, the people who helped him kill the flaming wyvern began to attack him. Chapter 5:05. All of them were dead. Damn it, none of you are good. Yi Xian cursed, using the fiery wyvern's body to block the attacks. Only when the wyvern was completely dead did he put it into his interspatial ring. Ding! The host has unlocked the third heavenly meridian. A familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's ears. His lips curled up. Now was the time for him to show off. All of you die. Yi Xian stepped into the air, charging toward them. These people were all above 5 heavenly meridians, but they didn't have a supreme grade heavenly martial art. They were much slower than Yi Xian. In less than 5 seconds, Yi Xian had killed all of them and unlocked another heavenly meridian. This was his 4th. After Yi Xian killed all of them, he turned around and saw that the battle on the other side had stopped. Everyone, there's only one fire spirit. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Let's discuss a countermeasure. An old man called out. An old man shouted. On his withered right hand was the fire spirit that everyone wanted. Behind him stood more than 10 martial artists. They were probably experts from the same faction as him. I know you. You're Hu Buwan, from the Hu clan. Someone recognized him. That's right, I'm Hu Buwan. The old man nodded. Life is precious. It's not worth it to fight to the death for a single fire spirit. So I hope everyone can give up and give the fire spirit to the Hu clan. After this, I, Hu Buwan, will reward you handsomely. If an ordinary person heard this, they would think the old man was a fool. Who would care so much after this? However, many of the people present had heard of Hu Buwan before. The reason his name was so widespread was because he made friends everywhere and was a man of his word. After hearing Hu Buwan's words, someone immediately said, "All right, I'll give up on the fire spirit." He wasn't strong, and he had obtained many treasures along the way. There was no need to fight to the death for a single fire spirit. I give up too. Me too. Immediately, many people gave up. However, there was another great power here. This was another family, the He family, a power that could contend against the Hu family. The middle-aged man leading the He clan snorted, "Hu Buwan, although this fire spirit is of the lowest quality, its value isn't something your Hu clan can swallow. I know that your strength is not superior to ours, so we can work together and share this fire spirit equally," said Hu Buwan. cooperation. Huh! The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the people around him. There were many more people on Hubawan's side. If a fight broke out, they might not necessarily lose, but they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. All right, I agree. The middle-aged man nodded. Since it's like this, then let's head to South Peace City together. Leave the fire spirit with me for now. Hubawan took out an exquisite cage and put the fire spirit inside before putting it away in his interspatial ring. Elemental spirits, such as the rock spirit and the fire spirit, were all strange beasts. They were very special, so they could be stored in the cosmos ring. Now, the two sides had reached an agreement. They would go to the city together to get the fire spirit, then split the loot equally and give some benefits to the others. The total number of people on both sides was more than half, so no one had any objections. However, at this moment, bam! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as a person fell from the sky. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that the person's chest had been blown apart. There was no sign of life. Did someone attack again? Yi Xian thought to himself. The person had been standing there silently just now, so no one had noticed who had attacked. But in the next moment, the loud sound rang out again, and this time it was continuous. In Yi Xian's vision, 5 people fell from the sky, then fell into the sea of lava, and were swallowed by the lava lizards below. Who's ambushing us? Hubawan turned to look, but couldn't find the culprit. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind him. Damn it, kill them! Hubawan roared, thinking that someone was ambushing them. The middle-aged man from the He family's eyes suddenly lit up, and he attacked again. A great battle broke out again. Although Yi Xian didn't know how these people died, he joined the battle anyway. These people's interspatial rings were experience points to him. 60 people, 50, 40, 30. In a few seconds, the number of people had been reduced to less than 20. Among them, Yi Xian killed more than a dozen people and looted many things. Ding! The host has unlocked the 5th heavenly meridian. A notification rang out, but at this moment, bam! A loud sound rang out in Yi Xian's ears. He saw the person in front of him suddenly explode in front of him. Not only that, but even the people around him were the same. Apart from him, everyone else exploded. Now he understood. The fire-avoiding pearl. It was the fire-avoiding pearl. He saw that those people were all wearing the fire-avoiding pearl. It was the explosion of the pearl that killed them all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off Hubawan's universe ring. Then, he fished up a few people's universe rings. Plop! Plop! Corpses fell from the sky and fell into the lava. Yi Xian devoured everything in the rings and opened his 6th heavenly meridian. But then, he realized that not everyone was dead. 3 people were still floating in the air, looking at him. He recognized one of them. It was the small-eyed young man who gave him the fire-avoiding pearl. It was you? Yi Xian didn't notice it earlier, but when he saw the sly smile on the small-eyed young man's face, he said coldly, even a fool could guess that the explosion of the fire-avoiding pearl was the work of the small-eyed young man. But what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the small-eyed young man and his accomplices were hiding their strength. All 3 of them had unlocked at least 10 heavenly meridians. Tisk TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to keep the fire-avoiding pearl in your interspatial ring. The small-eyed young man laughed sinisterly. He had meticulously developed the fire-avoiding pearl, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to not use it. After all, he didn't know that Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. He didn't even take it out when the second heat wave hit Yi Xian. What a good plan. Even I didn't see anything fishy about the fire-avoiding pearl. No wonder it was so cheap. Yi Xian gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and looked coldly at the three people. In that case, hand over your interspatial ring, and we may spare your life, the small-eyed young man said with a smile. His gaze fell on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Sure. Chapter 506. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio N City, however, the interspatial ring was not what the small-eyed young man had expected. It only flew 3 meters forward before falling to the ground. There was rolling lava below. If the interspatial ring fell in, it would definitely melt. At that time, the items in the interspatial ring would disappear. Damn it! Kill him! The small-eyed young man cursed and rushed toward the interspatial ring. He was determined to catch it before it fell into the lava. He was quite fast. He estimated that he would be able to catch it. However, at this moment, splash! Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out of the lava and caught the small-eyed young man off guard. It swallowed the interspatial ring in one gulp. You're courting death. The small-eyed young man increased his speed and cut open the lava lizard's stomach in an instant. The interspatial ring was in his hands. The small-eyed young man heaved a sigh of relief. He had spent so much effort to come up with this plan and had even given up the interspatial rings of many people. It would be a great loss if he still did not get the fire spirit. However, his face darkened in the next moment because there was nothing in the interspatial ring. It was empty. He turned his head in shock and saw 2 corpses falling from the sky into the lava. Dead. What? The small-eyed young man's eyes widened. His 2 companions had also opened 12 heaven veins. How could they be killed so easily? Hee, do you think you're the only one who hid your strength? Yi Xian grinned. He had not hidden his strength. He had just broken through. He was just bluffing. How could he not show off when he was outside? I'll kill you. The small-eyed young man rushed toward Yi Xian in exasperation. He had opened 13 heaven veins and was stronger than the other 2. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had already opened 6 heavenly veins, his strength wasn't worth mentioning. Die! Yi Xian increased his speed and killed the small-eyed young man in an instant. Against such an enemy, Yi Xian would not use the Tao Heart Seed Demon technique. After the death of the small-eyed youth, his interspatial ring fell into the hands of Yi Xian. With this interspatial ring, Yi Xian opened his 7th heavenly meridian. If I can get this fire spirit, I should be able to open at least 15 heaven veins. At that time, I can go and exchange it for a heaven-tier martial art. Yi Xian planned in his heart. He had forgotten to ask before, so he didn't know what quality this fire spirit was, so he could only bring it to the city for others to identify. While he was at it, he also wanted to find out what grade the Heaven's Resentment Saber technique was among the top grade Heaven level martial arts. Immediately, he left. Previously, he had come out from one of the passages, so there were still 8 passages that he hadn't walked through yet. There must be more universe rings in there, so he went around the 8 passages again. During this time, he encountered a few cultivators who didn't know their place and killed them one by one. However, after he left the volcano, he bumped into a group of martial artists. Needless to say, these people were waiting at the mouth of the volcano. They wanted to be the fishermen. Yi Xian looked around. There were only about 30 people here, but he could sense several powerful auras. He was afraid that they had already opened at least 15 heaven veins. There are quite a few experts here. Yi Xian frowned. Due to the huge difference in their cultivation levels, he couldn't gauge the strength of these people. Kid, hand over your interspatial ring. Suddenly, one of the people shouted. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian had expected. In fact, he could directly use the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique to fight these people, but the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique would expand the demon seed. With his current cultivation level, he could only use it once or twice, so it was very precious. Therefore, he decided to forget about it and admit defeat first. Big brother, please spare my life. Yi Xian bitterly took off the interspatial ring he was using as a disguise and handed it over. The martial artist sensed that Yi Xian didn't have any other interspatial rings on him. Then he took Yi Xian's interspatial ring and left. The group of people felt that Yi Xian wasn't strong, so they were too lazy to make a move and allowed him to leave. Then Yi Xian turned around and left. In his heart, the wealth of these people was far less than a single use of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. Now that the fire spirit was in his hands, he had to find a bigger city and auction it off. He had a map in his hand, and the closest city to him was a city called Anan City. It was said that the city lord was an expert at the peak of the Heaven Veins realm, and was only a step away from the spirit stage. That Hubawan also mentioned Anan City. I'll go take a look and see if it's fair, Yi Xian thought to himself. The fire spirit was very valuable. He was afraid that he would be like the city lord of 10,000 Bones City, who acted one way and did another behind his back. He had only opened 7 heaven veins, which was nothing in this high-ranked territory. If an expert targeted him, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he had to be cautious. He spent half a day to rush to Anan City. Then he spent some time to inquire about the situation in Anan City. It's said that the auction house is opened by the city lord. It's honest, and there hasn't been any cases of robbery, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he still felt that he had to be careful, so he took out some things first. He walked into the largest auction house in South Peace City, and then he casually took out some martial techniques. The attendant of the auction house took a look and noticed a few that he hadn't seen before, so he spent some top-grade soul condensation stones to purchase them. Do you have any peak-grade heaven rank martial arts here? Yi Xian asked. The attendant nodded and said, yes, but the worst one costs 200,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. 200,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He only paid 20,000 for a few high-grade heaven rank martial arts. However, he still had a lot of ores and high-grade heaven rank artifacts in his Devourer space. Although Wei Zhentian was dead, he didn't change his habit of leaving these things behind after a battle. Immediately, he took out all of these things. The attendant was stunned. The things Yi Xian took out were worth at least 100,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. Then he did an inventory check. Sir, these things are worth 230,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones, replied the attendant. Only 230,000? Including the 20,000 from before, it's only 250,000. It's only enough to buy the lowest peak-grade heaven rank martial arts. Yi Xian frowned and asked, do you have the Heaven's Resentment Saber technique here? Heaven's Resentment Saber technique? The attendant was stunned, and then he nodded. Yes, it's worth 1,000,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. Looks like this martial arts isn't bad. However, the price of a 90% Heaven's Resentment Saber technique would probably be a few times higher. Yi Xian pondered for a moment in his heart and said, how much would a 90% Heaven's Resentment Saber technique bloodline seed cost? What? Chapter 507. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Consecutive Breakthroughs. The Heaven's Resentment Blade technique was considered a martial art that was difficult to cultivate. It was extremely powerful. Even a talented person would need at least 10 years to cultivate the Heaven's Resentment Blade technique to 90% mastery. Some might even need 20 or 30 years. A single martial art seed could be refined within 1 or 2 years. even if it was a supreme grade heaven tier martial art. In other words, it could save a lot of time. Sir, you want it? The attendant asked in shock. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll go and ask. After saying that, the waiter left immediately. Not long after, he returned with a number. 5 million supreme grade condensing soul stones. This price also gave Yi Xian a fright. The price actually increased by 5 times. 5 million supreme grade condensing soul stones was indeed a lot, but time was more precious to an expert. If the Heaven's Resentment Blade technique was at full mastery, the price would be several times higher. Yi Xian made up his mind. Very quickly, the attendant brought over 5 million top-grade soul condensation stones. As for Yi Xian, he handed over the bloodline seed that the little vengeful spirit gave him to the attendant. Ding! The host has opened the 8th heavenly meridian. Ding! The host has opened the 9th heavenly meridian. Ding! The host has opened the 14th heavenly meridian. Ding! The host has opened the 15th heavenly meridian. Yi Xian swallowed 4 million supreme grade condensing soul stones on the spot. His cultivation level skyrocketed. The attendant was shocked, but he soon realized that Yi Xian had been hiding his true strength. How could he have broken through so much at once? Now that he had the cultivation level, he still needed 2 martial arts, a sword technique, and a movement technique. He spent the last million supreme grade condensing soul stones on the 2 martial arts and a book on elemental spirits. The 2 martial arts were called Earth-Splitting Sword and Dragon War Stomp. They were both supreme grade heaven tier martial arts, and they were both of the Earth attribute. He hadn't tested his talent yet, but he estimated that his affinity with the Earth element had definitely reached the epic level, so it would be better for him to use the Earth element martial arts. After leaving the auction house, Yi Xian directly stayed in South Peace City to cultivate his sword technique and movement technique. At the same time, he also understood that the fire spirit he caught was only an elemental spirit of the lowest level. However, Yi Xian estimated that its price was at least equivalent to 10 or even 100 martial arts seeds of the Heaven's Resentment Blade technique. He really wanted to throw it away, but he remembered that such a large number might cause trouble. Moreover, Saiju Song had the highest fire affinity, so he wanted to leave it for Saiju Song. Most importantly, South Peace City might not be able to take it all. In the following days, he cultivated the earth-shattering sword and dragon war stomp that he had just obtained in Southern Peace City. Although they were at the bottom of the heaven tier martial arts, they were still much better than the Prime Clarity Sword Art and Prime Clarity Devil Stomping Steps. With this earth-shattering sword and battle dragon stomp, my strength on land is at least twice that of in the air. In a residence in South Peace City, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He had cultivated in South Peace City for over 10 days, and had finally cultivated the earth-shattering sword and battle dragon stomp to 60% mastery. Because he had yet to break through to the spirit realm, he was unable to cultivate these 2 martial arts to 70% mastery. However, his strength had at least doubled compared to before. The earth-shattering sword was a very special martial art. Even if Yi Xian slashed towards the ground, the slash would still travel underground and appear under the enemy's feet. It was impossible to guard against. As for the battle dragon stomp, every step would resonate with the earth. With Yi Xian's current realm, a casual stomp from him would probably be able to cause a concussion from a martial artist at the peak of the Earth Vein Line realm. With these 2 martial arts, Yi Xian's strength on land was extremely powerful. However, the earth-shattering sword and battle dragon stomp weren't very popular. This was because there were very few people with earth attribute physiques. If one's affinity wasn't high, it would be very difficult to cultivate them. Therefore, Yi Xian had benefited. It's about time. I should find a place to train and test the effects, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Although the two martial arts had been cultivated to 60% mastery, the martial arts still needed to be put into practice. However, at this moment, an uproar suddenly broke out in South Peace City. The 100 Ghost Elder. The 100 Ghost Elder is here. What? Where? Doesn't the 100 Ghost Elder live in the 100 Ghost Mountain? He doesn't interfere with the South Peace City Lord. Why did he come to South Peace City today? He couldn't be looking for a fight with the City Lord, right? Let's go, let's go. The 100 Ghost Elders' ghost spirits are extremely ferocious. Yi Xian could hear the discussions of many people from far away. The 100 Ghost Elder. Just by hearing this name, one could tell that he was from the evil path. Could he be here to attack the city? Yi Xian thought like this in his heart as he tried to find the 100 Ghost Elders' tracks. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky like a thunderclap. 100 Ghost Elder, what you come here for? A middle-aged man flashed into the sky and was reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Following the gaze of this figure, Yi Xian found the 100 Ghost Elder. In the distance, there were 4 people jointly carrying a palanquin, and an old man with a black beard sat on the palanquin. Obviously, he was the 100 Ghost Elder. But when Yi Xian saw the 2 figures that stood on the left and right of the 100 Ghost Elder clearly, his entire body shook. These 2 figures were translucent, and they were shockingly wraiths that caused others to tremble with fear upon hearing their name. But this wasn't anything. The thing that truly surprised Yi Xian was that he'd seen the wraiths standing on the left of the 100 Ghost Elder. It was that little wraiths from the ghost tomb that gave Yi Xian the bloodline seed of the Heaven Hatred Saber technique. Why is it her? Why is she here? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he saw something beside the little wraith's feet. Leg cuffs. The little wraiths were caught. Her expression was very ugly. It was obvious that she didn't want to stay beside the 100 Ghost Elder. Yi Xian's expression sank. He suddenly remembered that he still owed the little wraiths a favor. It was the favor of the bloodline seed of the Heaven Hatred Saber technique. He paused and narrowed his eyes as he pondered in his heart. At this moment, the 100 Ghost Elder looked at the City Lord of Anon City and said, "City Lord of Anon City, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I'm here to cooperate with you." Cooperate? Cooperate with what? The City Lord of Anon City was surprised. He was at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage and was currently breaking through to the Spirit stage. The 100 Ghost Elder was also at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage. If they were to fight, he wasn't afraid of the 100 Ghost Elder. However, if they were to fight, it wouldn't end so easily. After all, this was his city. Chapter 508. Secret Realm. Secret Realm? The Anon City Lord was startled. A secret realm was an unknown place that suddenly appeared. There were unknown dangers inside, and there was a time limit. Once the time limit was over, the secret realm would disappear. That's right. Once we enter the secret realm, it will be an earth and wood environment. There might be an earth spirit fruit and wood spirit fruit. The 100 Ghost Elder nodded. Spirit fruit. When they heard this name, everyone was shocked. Attribute spirit fruit was something that could increase one's affinity with an attribute. The Anon City Lord was already stuck at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage. If he were to obtain an attribute spirit fruit, he might be able to break through to the spirit stage. With spirit fruit, the Anon City Lord's eyes lit up. The City Lord's mansion had something that could test affinity with an attribute, although it could only test the highest attribute. It just so happened that his highest affinity was the wood attribute, which was at the low epic grade. If he were to obtain a wood spirit fruit, Then his chances of breaking through to the spirit stage and condensing a wood spirit soul would greatly increase. However, the 100 Ghost Elder was an evil demon. Even if he was a normal martialist, the Anon City Lord could not completely believe him. Is what you said true? The Anon City Lord questioned. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. As for whether there is a wood spirit fruit or an earth spirit fruit, I can't guarantee it. I know that the Anon City Lord has the highest affinity with the wood attribute, while I, the 100 Ghost Elder, have the highest affinity with the earth attribute. Our attributes do not conflict with each other. The 100 Ghost Elder replied. Indeed, one needed the wood spirit fruit, while the other needed the earth spirit fruit. If there really was one, then they wouldn't become enemies. But that might not be the case. This was because the Anon City Lord only knew that he had the highest affinity with the wood attribute. Perhaps his affinity with the earth attribute was second. If that was the case, then he might be able to condense a spirit soul after consuming the earth spirit fruit. Although it would be an earth spirit soul, he could at least break through to the spirit stage. Let me take a look first. The Anon City Lord did not immediately agree. Okay, then I'll wait for you for 3 days. 3 days later, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the secret realm. If you don't come, then I'll explore by myself. After the 100 Ghost Elder finished speaking, he ordered the 4 pale-faced youths to carry the palanquin away. The conversation between the 100 Ghost Elder and the Anon City Lord fell into everyone's ears. The 100 Ghost Elder didn't avoid it at all. After all, he didn't know what dangers there were in this mystic realm, so he needed some people to go in and take a look. Simply put, they were cannon fodder. 100 miles north of the 100 Ghost Mountain was a place anyone could go. Within these 3 days, there would definitely be people who would go in and explore. Yi Xian frowned. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he was also interested in this mystic realm. Most importantly, the little vengeful spirit was captured by the 100 Ghost Elder. He wanted to repay the favor of the little vengeful spirit. After the 100 Ghost Elder left, Yi Xian inquired about the location of the 100 Ghost Mountain and hurried over. Not only that, there were also many people who had the same idea as him. The entrance to the secret realm was 100 miles north of the 100 Ghost Mountain. Yi Xian spent a day to find the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was like a spatial door in the air above a cliff. Yi Xian looked from afar and could see the scenery inside the secret realm. It was a forest. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people surrounding the entrance to the secret realm. They had all heard the 100 Ghost Elders' words and were preparing to go in and explore. There were many legends about the secret realm. For example, a peak Earth Vein stage martial artist had actually broken through to the spirit stage after entering. Of course, even if a spirit stage expert entered an unknown secret realm, there was a possibility that they would die. Therefore, they had to be cautious. At this moment, a few figures suddenly walked out of the secret realm. These people were the ones who had gone in to explore. Naturally, they wouldn't reveal the information they obtained. However, they still shared one piece of information. Inside the secret realm, one couldn't fly. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that there was a forbidden array in the secret realm. The 2 supreme grade heaven-level martial arts that he was currently cultivating could only unleash 100% of their power when they were on the ground. If the Earth Splitter was in the air, it would only be slightly stronger than the Prime Clarity Sword Art. It wouldn't be able to be unpredictable. The Dragon War Stomp was the same. If the Dragon War Stomp was in the air, it would only be slightly better than the Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps. It wouldn't be able to resonate with the ground and affect the enemy's mind in battle. The The prohibition of flying in the secret realm was bad news for others, but for Yi Xian, it was undeniably good news. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't dare to laugh in public. Otherwise, he might be attacked by others. After all, in the eyes of others, it was an act of schadenfreude. After he stayed at the entrance of the secret realm for a day, the 100-ghost elder arrived. At the same time, there were dozens of experts from the 100-ghost mountain. Hurry up and leave. Stay away. After seeing the 100-ghost elder, the cultivators from the other forces hurriedly retreated. After all, the 100-ghost elder had a fierce reputation. If they accidentally angered him, then only death awaited them. Yi Xian also stood and watched from afar. The little vengeful spirit was still standing on the left side of the 100-ghost elder. At this moment, she didn't notice Yi Xian. Her expression was cold, like an imprisoned kitten. Yi Xian would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance, but he would also repay kindness. If it wasn't for the 90% complete Heaven's Resentment Blade Technique bloodline seed, he wouldn't have been able to open his 15th Heaven Meridian, let alone learn a Heaven tier martial art. He still had to return this favor. If he wanted to save the little vengeful spirit, then he could only kill the 100-ghost elder. The people from Anan City still haven't arrived. The 100-ghost elder narrowed his eyes. This was the last day. If the Anan City Lord still hadn't arrived, then he would enter and explore by himself. However, the 100-ghost elder estimated that if the Anan City Lord didn't have the confidence to break through to the spirit stage, then he would definitely come. Sure enough, an hour after the 100-ghost elder arrived, the Anan City Lord also brought a group of experts. The people that the Anan City Lord brought weren't any less than the 100-ghost elder. Furthermore, they were all very strong. There were even people at the peak of the Heaven Meridian, and even the weakest had opened 20 Heaven Meridian. Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome. The 100-ghost elder revealed a smile. He didn't have the confidence to enter the secret realm by himself, so he decided to cooperate with the Anan City Lord. If the Anan City Lord joined them, then their strength would increase by a lot. Spirit fruits were important, but their lives were more important. 100-ghost elder, let's go. The Anan City Lord didn't waste any time and immediately met up with the 100-ghost elder. Then, they entered the secret realm together. Chapter 5:09. Arabian Flower. I can't do anything by myself. It's better for me to increase my strength first. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Anan City Lord and the 100-ghost elder were both at the peak of the Heaven Vein realm. They were both trying to break through to the spirit realm and condense their attributed spirit souls. Furthermore, the heaven-ranked martial arts that the two of them practiced were of a higher level than the Earthshatter Sword and Dragon War Stomp. Therefore, they were extremely powerful, and Yi Xian did not want to be enemies with them for the time being. He only entered the secret realm an hour after the 100-ghost elder entered. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he felt a pressure. This should be the effect of the secret realm's flight restriction. He tried to fly, and sure enough, it did not have any effect. Even his jumping ability was limited to a few dozen meters. Brother, do you want to team up? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man moving alone. His strength was around 15 heaven veins. This strength was considered to be at the bottom of the group that entered the secret realm. No, thank you. Yi Xian shook his head and entered the forest. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and followed him. Just as Yi Xian expected, the middle-aged man had set his eyes on him and wanted to kill him to steal his treasures. Brat, die! The middle-aged man shouted and slashed a sword aura at Yi Xian's back. However, Yi Xian did not even turn his head. He swung his sword at the ground in front of him and stomped on it. Bang! A force passed through the ground, and the middle-aged man felt his head tremble. Immediately after, a slash appeared from the ground in front of him and instantly cut off his head. Earth-shatter sword. Dragon war stomp. A mere 15 heaven veins dares to cause trouble for me? Only then did Yi Xian turn around, walk over, and put away his universe ring. It had to be said that the Earth-shatter sword and dragon war stomp were too sinister. Ordinary people would not be able to defend against them. However, even in the air, Yi Xian could rely on the 30% increase in movement speed to instantly kill this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man didn't bring a lot of things with him, so he didn't get a lot of Yi Xian. This made him give up on the idea of robbing at the entrance. Let's look for treasures of heaven and earth first. Yi Xian thought to himself. According to the footprints at the entrance of the secret realm, the 100 Ghost Elder and Anan City's City Lord were heading straight ahead. He didn't want to clash with these two groups for the time being, so he took a detour. The forest looked very ordinary and peaceful, but Yi Xian could sense the danger lurking around him through his senses. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian slashed a few times at the ground beneath his feet. Then, these slashes swept out from a spot 100 meters away. Hiss! A lizard-like saint beast was killed. Yi Xian swept over to take a look. It was actually a chameleon the size of a dog. This chameleon had turned green and was hiding in the grass. Its color was almost the same as the grass. No wonder he didn't see it with his eyes. He devoured the saint beast's corpse and soul, gaining a lot of experience points. A sacred beast with the strength of 15 heaven veins. This forest is truly not simple. If it stays still, it will be difficult for ordinary people to notice it. If it were to launch a sneak attack, even an expert with 20 heaven veins could fall. Yi Xian thought to himself and continued forward. Along the way, he encountered many dangers. For example, he encountered the devil tree, giant lizard, poisonous flower, poisonous grass, etc. These crises were easy for him to deal with. They were not a big deal. However, this time it was a tragedy for him. At this moment, he arrived at a sea of flowers. Because he couldn't fly, he could only walk in. Before entering, he had investigated and found that these flowers weren't poisonous. Instead, they were all treasures of heaven and earth. A normal person would definitely plunder them without restraint, but Yi Xian felt that there was something strange about this place, so he carefully plucked them. But when Yi Xian finished plucking all the treasures in the periphery, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Soon after, he saw walls erect all around him, and a large mouth appeared at his feet. This was an Arabian flower. Fuck! Yi Xian was scared half to death. He wanted to flee, but he didn't know how to fly, so he was swallowed up. After the mouth of the flower was closed, a wave of air rushed towards Yi Xian to the point where he was pushed to the brink of death. Hiss! Hiss! Yi Xian was swept into a liquid. His entire body began to smoke, his skin began to melt, and blood began to seep out. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he'd landed in the digestive area of the man-eating flower. These were all digestive fluids. What powerful corrosiveness! It's 10 times stronger than the heat waves in the scorching catacombs. Yi Xian hurriedly jumped out of the poisonous fluid and stepped onto the 8 Desolation Shield. Although he couldn't fly, he could still use the 8 Desolation Shield. A normal person would have lost at least a layer of their skin. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he healed his wounds in less than a second. He took out a set of clothes and changed into them, then took stock of his surroundings. The digestive tract of the Arabian flower wasn't large, but it was filled with bones. It seemed that other people had already entered before them. Mystic realms had time limits, and they appeared at different locations. It was like a window that God had suddenly opened. And this was the first time the Arabian flower had closed its mouth, so Yi Xian guessed that these bones didn't belong to them. Forget it, let's get out first. Yi Xian took out a supreme quality celestial tool and used the 8 Desolation shield to attack the stomach wall of the Arabian flower. Bang! 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 The stomach wall of the Arabian flower was fairly sturdy, and Yi Xian's attacks failed to penetrate it. However, the Arabian flower was in so much pain that it began to thrash about, the gastric juices churning out of its stomach. Yi Xian ignored the gastric juices and continued to attack. Half a minute later, the stomach wall of the Arabian flower was broken open, and Yi Xian quickly burrowed out of the ground. You're finally out. Motherfucker, this is the first time I've been eaten. Die for me. Yi Xian reformed the 8 Desolation sword and used the War Dragon Stomp while attacking with the Earth Shatter sword. The Arabian flower still had several tenacious vine whips, but the ground was Yi Xian's home field, so the vine whips couldn't reach Yi Xian. This battle lasted for more than 2 minutes. The Arabian flower had an extremely tenacious vitality and astonishing regenerative abilities. If not for Yi Xian's sacred tree of life bloodline, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. After the 4 mouths of the Arabian flower powerlessly drooped down, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. This Arabian flower wasn't a holy beast. It could be considered a type of exotic beast, so it didn't have the soul of a holy beast. Chapter 5:10. Wood Spirit Fruit. Is this the wood essence? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The wood essence was something that could increase one's affinity with the wood element. It seemed like he had not wasted his efforts in this battle. Yi Xian immediately put away the wood essence. Kid, put down that wood essence. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and 6 figures rushed out from the forest. Yi Xian had been fighting just now, so he did not notice anyone hiding in the forest to be a fisherman. You think you can kill me and steal my treasure? Yi Xian put the wood essence into the devouring space, then devoured it. The wood essence could increase one's affinity with the wood element, but he felt that he had the highest affinity with the earth element, so he decided to devour it instead of refining it. Ding! Host has opened the 17th heavenly meridian. This wood essence allowed Yi Xian to open 2 heavenly meridians. Kill. At the same time, after he finished devouring, those people charged at him. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Yi Xian snorted coldly, then stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, the 6 people felt their heads explode. Yi Xian had already mastered the Dragon War Stomp to 60% completion, which meant that there were 6 stomps. 1 stomp could deal with 6 people, or all 6 stomps could deal with 1 person. Although they were separated, Yi Xian's stomp stunned the 6 people for a second. 1 second was very fast for ordinary people, but for someone of Yi Xian's level, 1 second was enough to decide many things. Earth-splitting sword. Die. While the 6 people were stunned, Yi Xian wildly slashed the ground in front of him 6 times. Before the 6 people could react, their heads were cut open one after another. 6 people were killed in an instant. Plop, plop, plop. 6 heads fell to the ground. Yi Xian used the Bahuang sword to draw a sword flower and slowly walked over. The strength of these 6 people was between 16 and 18 heavenly veins, but this was the first time they had encountered such a miraculous martial art like the Dragon War Stomp, so they fell here. Those 1 million high-quality condensing soul stones were well spent. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. However, all in all, it was all thanks to Wei Zhentian. Without him, Yi Xian's affinity with the earth attribute wouldn't have been so high, and he wouldn't have been able to increase his proficiency so easily. After keeping the 6 interspatial rings, Yi Xian continued forward. There were not many things in the interspatial rings, so he was unable to open the 18th heaven meridian. After this encounter, Yi Xian became even more cautious. From time to time, he would use the earth-shattering sword to scout the surroundings. If there were any anomalies, he would immediately know. However, an hour after he entered the secret realm, he finally encountered a large group of people. No, two of them. Yi Xian looked at the two groups in the distance and thought in his heart, as expected, when there are benefits, all cooperation is fake. These two groups were the Anan City Lord and the 100 Ghost Elders group. At this moment, they were in the middle of a great battle. Yi Xian swept a glance and noticed that the number of people in these two groups had decreased sharply. It seemed that they had encountered some danger along the way. 100 Ghost Elder, didn't you say that you would give the wood spirit fruit to me if it appeared? The Anan City Lord shouted. Humph, when did I, the 100 Ghost Elder, say that? Although my affinity with the earth attribute is the highest, I still need this wood spirit fruit. The 100 Ghost Elder was in a great battle with the Anan City Lord. At the same time, his two specter spirits had charged into the Anan City Lord's camp and were madly attacking. Specter spirits were undead creatures that were a grade higher than specter spirits. After the specter spirit was refined by the 100 Ghost Elder, its strength had soared to the peak of the Heaven Vein realm. The other specter spirit was the same. All in all, the 100 Ghost Mountain side had more experts. 100 Ghost Elder, even if I die, I won't let you obtain this wood spirit fruit. The Anan City Lord had already made up his mind to die, and was madly attacking the 100 Ghost Elder. Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, hesitated for a moment. The wood spirit fruit was 10 times or 100 times more precious than the wood soul essence. If he obtained this wood spirit fruit, he would be able to open at least 10 heaven veins. At that time, who would be able to stop him? It's time to go on stage. After Yi Xian made up his mind, he directly used his trump card, the Tao Heart Seed Devil Law. The demonic seed in his heart grew stronger again. Kill. Yi Xian directly entered the battle, but this time he first joined the Anan City Lord's side to kill the 100 Ghost Mountains experts. Earth-shattering sword, battle dragon stomp. Yi Xian began to madly attack. When he used the battle dragon stomp with his 17 heaven veins cultivation, even someone with 20 heaven veins would be hit if they weren't careful. Once they were hit, they would definitely die. Bang! 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 A series of 6 shocking attacks landed on the body of a 100 Ghost Mountain martial artist. He paused for a moment, and in the next instant, his head was chopped off by a slash that appeared from the ground. Instant kill. Yi Xian quickly took off his universe ring, and then charged out again. Every time he used the battle dragon stomp, a martial artist would fall. Originally, such a high-level martial art was not easily used by ordinary people, but he had the sacred tree of life bloodline, and his recovery was extremely fast, so he was not worried at all. Battle dragon stomp. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian was invincible with his sinister moves. Ding. Host has opened the 18th heaven veins. His cultivation level kept rising, and even turned the entire situation around. Damn it, where did this brat come from? A martial artist from the 100 Ghost Mountain cursed as he charged towards Yi Xian. Peak heaven veins? Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He could sense that this martial artist had opened at least 28 heaven veins. Peak heaven veins did not refer to people who had opened 32 heaven veins. Anyone with 28 or more could be called peak heaven veins. There was no hard requirement. 28 heaven veins, 10 more heaven veins opened than Yi Xian. In terms of true energy strength and heaven and earth origin energy, he was not just a hair or a bit higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian possessed 3 top-notch bloodlines, plus the 8 Desolate Sword, 3 agility advancements, and so on, so he did not fear this person at all. Battle Dragon 6-layer stomp. I'll shock your leg. Yi Xian stomped fiercely on the ground, and this 100-ghost mountain martial artist's foot produced a 6-layer frequency vibration. Crack! This 100-ghost mountain peak, Heaven Vane's martial artist's right foot suddenly twisted, and his figure tilted to the right. What? He was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it. How could someone of his level possibly fall while running? Chapter 5:11. Don't touch her. Rip. A crisp sound rang out. This peak Heaven Vane, realm martial artist's head was tossed up. For safety's sake, Yi Xian personally charged over and chopped off his head. Ding. Host has opened the 19th Heaven Vane realm. A peak Heaven Vane realm martial artist had considerable wealth. It directly allowed Yi Xian to open the next meridian. Awesome! Yi Xian could not resist roaring in his heart. This War Dragon Stomp was truly too useful. This 100-ghost mountain peak, Heaven Vane realm, also had a supreme grade Heaven rank martial art, but he was still instantly killed by Yi Xian. This made the surrounding people feel incredulous. Although I don't know where this brat came from, he seems to be helping my South Peace City. South Peace Cities doesn't over martial artists' thought in their hearts. At the same time, the scene of Yi Xian instantly killing the peak Heaven Vane realm also fell on 100 Ghost Elder. Where did this little bastard come from? Gui, go kill him. 100 Ghost Elder immediately gave an order to one of his ghost spirits. Gui was the other ghost spirit apart from the little wraith. His strength was also peak Heaven Vane realm. He looked like a 16-year-old youth. Earlier, he cut into the rear of South Peace City's camp and killed many South Peace City experts. He could be considered the #1 general of 100 Ghost Mountain. Now, he was already charging towards Yi Xian. At this moment, the little vengeful spirit had already noticed Yi Xian. She couldn't help but be shocked. She wanted to help, but she had the shackles of the 100 Ghost Elder on her. So she could only obediently obey the orders of the 100 Ghost Elder. So she could only watch Yi Xian and that Gui fight. Peak Heaven Vane, realm ghost spirit? So what? Yi Xian did not mind in the slightest and took another step out. War Dragon, 6-fold stomp. However, what surprised him was that this time, there was actually no effect at all. Oh my, this ghost spirit is floating. Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Ghost spirits did not rely on their feet to walk, but relied on flying. Although there was a flight restriction in this mystic realm, it did not seem to have any effect on ghost spirits. This time, the War Dragon Stomp was useless. However, even though Dragon's War Stomp's attack power was gone, Yi Xian still had his speed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The ghost spirit was also like the resentful spirit, using its claws to attack. However, Gui Yi's speed was quite fast, much faster than that peak Heaven Vane realm martial artist from the 100 Ghost Mountain range. Yi Xian estimated that Gui Yi's strength might be able to fight with a martial artist who had opened 32 Heaven Vanes. To deal with such undead creatures, Yi Xian naturally chose to use the Prime Clarity Sword Art at full power. This had an extremely high damage effect on ghosts. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them fought for more than 10 rounds. Both sides fought like water and scorching fire. No one was at a disadvantage, so it could be considered a draw. However, Yi Xian's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was about to end. Time has passed. Yi Xian sensed that his ability to manipulate the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi had weakened. He immediately understood that the effect of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was over. But at this moment, the ghost spirit suddenly swept over. "Good fellow, you actually took advantage of my weakened state to attack me." Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He used the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique again. This was the fourth time he used it. The Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. Every time it was used, the demon seed in the depths of one's heart would grow stronger. At the same time, the amplification would also become stronger. Yi Xian's aura surged once again, becoming even stronger than before. "Die for me." Two beams of light shot out from his eyes. He directly blocked the claw and struck out. Rip! The ghost spirit's claw directly chopped off Yi Xian's left arm. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword also landed on its body. Prime Clarity Demon, slaying slash. The ghost spirit's body shook violently as it let out a sharp cry. The 8 desolate sword combined with the Prime Clarity Demon, slaying slash caused tons of damage to the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit never expected that Yi Xian would actually sacrifice an arm in exchange for a chance to attack. However, this chance to attack determined Yi Xian's victory. Prime Clarity Demon, slaying slash. Prime Clarity Demon, slaying slash. Yi Xian's arm was recovering. At the same time that he grew another arm, the ghost spirit was also killed by him. The ghost spirit was a level higher than the wraiths. After its death, it would condense into a ghost pearl like a demon. Yi Xian grabbed the ghost pearl and swallowed it. Ding! The host has opened the 20th heavenly meridian. The system notified. The 100 Ghost Elders' ghost first was directly killed by Yi Xian. This scene made the 100 Ghost Elder extremely shocked. This was because Ghost First strength was second only to his in the 100 Ghost Mountain camp. However, Yi Xian was able to kill Ghost First. This meant that Yi Xian was also a threat to him. Retreat. Although the 100 Ghost Elder wanted the Wood Spirit fruit, he felt that his life was more important. However, Yi Xian and the City Lord of Anan City would not let him go. Not good. Seeing Yi Xian rushing towards him, the 100 Ghost Elders' face sank. He quickly ordered the little wraiths, "Block him!" The little wraiths were forced to rush towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not want to hurt the little wraiths, so he went around her. Battle Dragon's 6-fold stomp. Yi Xian rushed in front of the 100 Ghost Elder and ruthlessly stomped his foot. The 6-fold stomp instantly made the 100 Ghost Elder pause. The 100 Ghost Elder had opened 32 heavenly meridians for quite some time. His strength was considered to be at the peak of the Essence Soul Realm. Facing the Battle Dragon's 6-fold stomp, he was only stunned for a moment. However, Yi Xian's true qi could not be used up. He began to crazily stomp on the ground. Damn it, this brat actually knows such a sinister move. The 100 Ghost Elder's face had already sunk to the bottom. He wanted to fly into the air, but there was a forbidden array here. If he dared to jump up, he would definitely become a live target for Yi Xian and the City Lord of Anan City. If he could not fly in the air, it would be very difficult for him to dodge the attacks. Simply speaking, the 100 Ghost Elder was already at the end of his strength. The City Lord of Anan City's strength was not inferior to him. The 100 Ghost Elder was also gnashing his teeth from the Battle Dragon's 6-fold stomp. Adding on Yi Xian, the 100 Ghost Elder was doomed. Sure enough, in the 5th round after Yi Xian joined the battle, the 100 Ghost Elder could not hold on. His mind was disturbed by the Battle Dragon's 6-fold stomp, and he was killed by Yi Xian in a single strike. Universe Ring. Yi Xian's eyes widened. While guarding against the City Lord of Anan City, he extended his hand to take off the Universe Ring. He reckoned that the City Lord of Anan City would also attack him, but this time his guess was wrong. After the 100 Ghost Elder died, the City Lord of Anan City watched as Yi Xian took off the universe ring. He then turned around and prepared to kill the little resentful spirit. "Don't touch her!" Yi Xian furiously roared. When the city lord of Anan City heard this, his figure trembled. He then went around the little resentful spirit and went to kill the 100 Ghost Mountain's martial artists. After the 100 Ghost Elder died, the little resentful spirit's shackles were shattered by herself. Chapter 5:12. Desolation. Yi Xian flew over and took out the highest grade 10,000 ghost pearl. The small resentful spirit did not object and was kept by Yi Xian. Immediately after, Yi Xian killed his way back and easily killed all the 100 Ghost Mountain cultivators. At this moment, he had already opened 22 heaven veins. This was all thanks to the 100 Ghost Elders' interspatial ring. "Thank you for your help, little brother. I am Enchanting." After the 100 Ghost Mountain cultivators were all killed, the Anan City Lord couldn't help but cup his fists. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He was looking for something, the wood spirit fruit. Since it wasn't in the 100 Ghost Elders' interspatial ring, it should be in the hands of the Anan City Lord. Yi Xian. Yi Xian also reported his name. Yi Xian. When Chen Anan heard this name, he trembled slightly. This name was very popular recently. Many people with the surname Yi had changed their name to this name. After all, that was the cousin of an empty god realm expert. Don't misunderstand. It's just a name. Yi Xian smiled when he saw Chun Annan's expression. This made him think of Jiang Tianjin. He summoned a husky in his mind and gave Jiang Tianjin a round of beatings. Oh. Chun Annan knew that he was overthinking. After all, that was in the Heaven Extinction region, and this was the Green Cliff region. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "That wood spirit fruit is in your possession, right?" This question instantly made the atmosphere tense. Chen Annan's expression changed slightly as he nodded. "Yes, it's in mine. I'm sorry, but this wood spirit fruit is very important to me. I will definitely repay Brother Ye's kindness. I don't need the wood spirit fruit, but I want everyone's interspatial ring," Yi Xian said directly. What? Chen Annan suspected that he had heard wrongly. Everyone's interspatial ring. As they came out to fight, they didn't bring many things. Even if so many people's interspatial rings were piled together, they wouldn't even be worth 1% of the wood spirit fruit. As for Yi Xian, he actually only wanted this much. Wasn't that a bit too fake? All right. Chun Annan was very straightforward. He had everyone take off their interspatial rings. He also took out a brocade box. Then he put all the interspatial rings into a cloth bag and threw it over. Some of these interspatial rings belonged to them, while others belonged to the experts of the 100 Ghost Mountain. As for the brocade box, it naturally contained the wood spirit fruit. After receiving the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has 1,000 ghost. These interspatial 1,000 interspatial ring Yi Xian ring heavens, Yi Xian's 1,000 ghost hand. At this moment, he had the strength to kill everyone, but Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him. After the death of the 100 Ghost Elder, Chun Annan didn't sneak up on Yi Xian, nor did he steal the 100 Ghost Elders' interspatial ring. He also didn't attack the little resentful spirit, which showed that he was a man of principle. Yi Xian admired such a person, so he didn't want to attack. All right, thank you. Yi Xian threw the interspatial rings back and quickly left. Chun Annan and the others were confused. They saw that Yi Xian's hand had only scooped up the cloth bag for a moment before throwing it back. What was going on? However, when Chun Annan checked the interspatial ring, he found that it was empty. There was nothing inside. How is this possible? Chun Annan exclaimed. He couldn't understand how Yi Xian did it. After all, The interspatial ring couldn't be stored in the interspatial ring. After leaving, Yi Xian released the little resentful spirit. You gave me the bloodline seed last time, and I saved you this time. We're even. Yi Xian said to the little resentful spirit. Hearing this, the little vengeful spirit nodded. In that case, you can leave now. I have to continue exploring this mystic realm, Yi Xian said. Unexpectedly, the little resentful spirit shook its head and pointed in a direction. Yi Xian frowned and reacted. You want me to go in that direction? The little resentful spirit nodded. What's in that direction? Yi Xian asked again. After saying those words, the little wraith crouched down. Then it extended a long and sharp fingernail and wrote 3 words on the ground. Earth Spirit Fruit. Yi Xian was shocked. How did you know? I just know. The little resentful spirit wrote these 3 words on the ground. Damn, what a tsundere! Yi Xian was exasperated. He couldn't understand how this little resentful spirit, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, knew so much. All right, I believe you. You can leave now. Don't get caught again, Yi Xian reminded her. Thank you. The little resentful spirit nodded. After writing 2 more words on the ground, she left. It shouldn't be difficult for her to walk out of the mystic realm with her peak, heavenly vein, level strength. After the little resentful spirit left, Yi Xian followed the direction she pointed. Although Yi Xian didn't know how the little resentful spirit knew about the earth spirit fruit, he chose to believe her. He advanced in this direction, cutting his way through brambles and hemp, and finally made it out of the forest. At this moment, what entered his eyes was a boundless desert. A desert? Yi Xian frowned, then raised his eyebrows. The wood spirit fruit was in the forest behind him. Perhaps there really was an earth spirit fruit in this desert. However, he felt that this seemingly ordinary desert was more dangerous than the forest. He immediately exchanged for a large number of puppets and sent them in to explore. These puppets were only at the peak of the true darkness realm. They were the strongest puppets that could be exchanged for in the devouring system. However, these puppets had only taken a few steps when a huge mouth opened and swallowed all of them. Damn! Yi Xian cursed. This huge mouth swallowed hundreds of scattered puppets. He estimated that this huge mouth was at least the size of an aircraft carrier. What the hell is this? Yi Xian looked at the huge sand pit in the distance and released a large number of peak true darkness realm puppets. Not long after, the big guy opened its mouth. At the same time, Yi Xian also launched a dozen attacks at the sand pit. Sword of the Earth Splitter. This huge mouth had just swallowed hundreds of puppets when it was hit by Yi Xian's Sword of the Earth Splitter. It immediately screamed in pain and then stopped moving. It's dead. Yi Xian was a little surprised. This huge mouth was just a wax head. It looked good, but was useless. He walked over and realized that this huge mouth wasn't a sacred beast. It was a whale formed from black sand. It should be a type of exotic beast. However, right at this moment, another bloody mouth suddenly opened. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly jumped up and dodged the mouth. He jumped into the air and looked down. As expected, it was the sand whale formed from black sand. Chapter 5:13. Golden Sand Giant. Right now, Yi Xian had a new evaluation of the sand whale. Its strength was trash, but it was very annoying. Fortunately, the sand whale's speed was not fast. Therefore, after Yi Xian landed, he quickly dodged. With his speed, he should be able to avoid many dangers. Unless there was a holy beast comparable to a spirit stage saint beast. He began to go deeper into the yellow sand. Along the way, he encountered many sand whales with their mouths wide open, but he avoided them all. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, it would be difficult for them to move forward without being able to fly. They could only move forward at full speed. However, they did not know what was waiting for them ahead. If they were to move forward at full speed, it would be easy for them to step into the gates of hell. At this moment, a large mountain entered Yi Xian's eyes. It was a large mountain of yellow sand. Yi Xian did not want to touch such a strange thing, so he immediately avoided it. However, the large mountain suddenly moved when Yi Xian rushed over. Yi Xian was shocked, but this was within his expectations. Another exotic beast, a yellow sand giant. He narrowed his eyes and directly used the earthen sword. Bang! 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 The earth-shattering sword flew out from the sand and struck the body of the yellow sand giant. However, the yellow sand giant's body was quickly repaired after a few holes were punched into it. Maybe there's something good. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Yi Xian shouted and began to attack crazily. In a second, he could slash out a dozen earthen swords. As long as his attack speed surpassed the yellow sand giant, it would be enough. Sure enough, after a few seconds of crazily attacking, the yellow sand giant's body rapidly decreased. Yi Xian even found a bead in its body. That should be the yellow sand giant's vital point. Yi Xian circulated his true qi and used a large amount of world's origin qi. Then, he fiercely stepped on the sand. Battle Dragon's 6 steps, earthen sword. With the combination of the 2 top-grade heaven-tier martial arts, the yellow sand giant's body was directly split open, shattering the brown-yellow bead in its body. In the next moment, the yellow sand giant fell down like a waterfall, dead. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and found the shattered yellow bead. It really is the earth soul essence. He crushed the yellow bead and took out a yellow seed. Then, he used a special method to devour it. Special Devour required a large number of Devour crystals to devour items. For example, if Yi Xian swallowed a pill that strengthened his physique using a special method, his physique would improve. At the same time, his realm would also increase. However, the Special Devour cost too much. Usually, Yi Xian would only use it if there was something good. Although the Earth Soul Essence did not allow him to open the next heavenly meridian, his true qi had increased tremendously. If this continues, I might be able to break through to the spirit stage by the time I leave the secret realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. The location of the secret realm was different. However, the secret realm would always last for a certain period of time. At the very least, it would last for half a month. The longest would last for a year. When the 100-Ghost Elder first discovered the secret realm, he had to wait for 3 days before entering. As for Yi Xian, he had only entered for a few hours. The remaining time was more than enough for him. The Earth Soul Essence could increase one's affinity. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Yi Xian continued to move forward. This desert was boundless, and he could not fly. Even if he jumped up to observe, he would only see a vast expanse of sand. Therefore, he could only randomly choose a direction. Along the way, he encountered many yellow sand giants, but they were all killed by him. Some of these yellow sand giants had the Earth Soul Essence, while others did not. However, Yi Xian had a premonition that there should be an Earth Spirit fruit here. If he could obtain an Earth Spirit fruit, not only would it increase his affinity with the Earth attribute, it might even allow him to break through to the spirit stage. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Xian walked around in the desert. At this moment, it had already been 2 hours since he entered the desert. However, just as he used the Earth Soul Essence to open his 26th heaven vein, a loud roar suddenly came from the distance. Yi Xian frowned. This was because he did not encounter anything that would roar after entering the desert. There was a situation. He immediately rushed towards the direction of the roar. 1 minute later, he saw an enormous yellow sand giant. No, it should be a golden sand giant. The giant's body was completely made of golden sand. It sparkled under the sunlight and almost blinded Yi Xian's eyes. At this moment, the golden sand giant was making a ruckus. Because there were many sand dunes along the way, Yi Xian did not understand what it was doing. However, when Yi Xian approached, he discovered that the golden sand giant was fighting with someone. There's actually someone. Yi Xian was extremely astonished. This was because his movement speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Even the Anan City Lord would not be able to do so. That was not the main point. The main point was that the yellow sand giant was comparable to the peak of the Heaven Vein stage. This golden sand giant was definitely stronger than the yellow sand giant. It might even be at the spirit stage. However, there was actually someone who could fight with it. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian approached and discovered that the person fighting with the golden sand giant was a young man wearing black clothes. Although they were a few thousand meters away, Yi Xian discovered that the young man was not at the spirit stage. He should be at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage, and was only a step away from the spirit stage. Boom, boom, boom. The black-clothed young man was extremely powerful. He was the strongest person that Yi Xian had seen in the Green Rock territory. He was much stronger than the Anan City Lord and the 100 Ghost Elder. Furthermore, Yi Xian felt a familiar aura from him. Demonic Qi, someone from the demonic sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and stealthily moved over. However, he never expected that the young man would discover him. "Scram, or I'll kill you." The black-clothed young man's voice floated over. His tone was extremely discordant. "Scram?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This guy had quite the temper. He immediately snorted. If you dare to come over, I'll kill you first." The black-clothed young man threatened. "Not only do I dare to come over, I even dare to cause trouble." Yi Xian instantly burst forth with speed and charged towards the golden sand giant and the black-clothed young man. At the same time, he continuously slashed out with the earth splitter and used the battle dragon's 6 steps. "Damn it!" The black-clothed young man cursed. He was still very powerful, and Yi Xian's attacks only caused him some trouble. "Battle dragon step, I also know it." The black-clothed young man cursed and stepped out. Boom. Yi Xian was shocked. He was stunned for a moment. He never expected that the black-clothed young man would also know the battle dragon's step. Furthermore, his mastery was not low. He was probably at 40% or even 50% mastery. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the black-clothed young man had already charged over. The former let out a cold snort and cautiously faced him. Chapter 5:14. Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. Battle Dragon Stomp. Battle Dragon Stomp. Yi Xian and the black-clothed youth both knew the Battle Dragon Stomp. However, the black-clothed youth only knew the 5-stack stomp, while Yi Xian knew the 6-stack stomp. Although Yi Xian was slightly weaker in terms of realm, he still had the agility advancement skill. In terms of speed, Yi Xian was faster. Bang, 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 bang. Both of them ran while using the Battle Dragon Stomp. Yi Xian was faster, so he wasn't affected much. However, the black-clothed youth was greatly affected. After all, the combination of the earth-shattering sword and the Battle Dragon Stomp was too difficult to deal with. Moreover, the black-clothed youth was being chased by a huge golden sand giant. "You dare to tell me to scram? See if I don't kill you." Yi Xian instantly exchanged blows with the black-clothed youth. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle constantly reverberated in the air. Yi Xian and the Golden Sand Giant worked together to attack the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was helpless. He was already having a hard time dealing with the Golden Sand Giant. Now that Yi Xian was involved, he was instantly defeated. Damned bastard, go to hell! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. Demon Eyes! The black-clothed youth roared at the sky. His entire aura surged, so strong that it made Yi Xian's heart palpitate. What? Yi Xian was stunned. He actually heard the name Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. This youth actually knew it too. He focused his eyes and realized that the youth's eyes had already turned black. This was a sign that the demon seed was too strong for a martial artist. As long as the time passed, even if this youth didn't die, he would be demonized or become a demon. The black-clothed youth had already taken out his trump card. He was determined to kill Yi Xian and the Golden Sand Giant. So strong. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't hesitate to use the Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. A wave of demonic chi spread out, startling the black-clothed youth. How dare you use my 1,000 demon sex martial arts in front of me? Do you think that a mere demon seed scripture is enough to fight me? The black-clothed youth was enraged. 1,000 demon sect? When Yi Xian heard this name, he frowned slightly. He suddenly recalled that the Dao Heart Demon Seed law he had learned was only an incomplete version. It seemed like the 1,000 demon sect had a complete Dao Heart Devil Seed technique. But for now, he had to deal with this black-clothed youth first. Kill. At this time, Yi Xian was also on high alert. This black-clothed youth's strength, after entering the demonic state, was probably above his own. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had a non-teammate helping him, and that was the Golden Sand Giant. Otherwise, Yi Xian might really have been killed by this black-clothed youth. Right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was fighting with the black-clothed youth, glanced around from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a different color not far away. Green. Oasis. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed in that direction. There might be something good in that oasis. Originally, he wanted to stall for time until the black-clothed youth's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique passed. But now, there was a new turn. It had been a few hours since Yi Xian entered the desert, but this was the first time he saw an oasis. There might be something good there. Damn it, get back here. The black-clothed youth's heart trembled as he shouted. His words made Yi Xian believe that there was something good in this oasis. Most likely, this black-clothed youth had discovered this oasis and was then blocked by the Golden Sand Giant. This was Yi Xian's thought, but he felt that there was an 80% chance that this was the case. Bang! Suddenly, a giant fist came crashing down. Yi Xian nimbly dodged it. When the Golden Sand Giant saw that Yi Xian wanted to go to the oasis, it hurriedly tried to stop him. But Yi Xian's speed was very fast, and he instantly pulled away. Behind Yi Xian, the black-clothed youth followed closely. You want to catch up to me? No way. Yi Xian used the Battle Dragon Stomp and the earth-shattering sword in a frenzy, giving the black-clothed youth a lot of trouble. Although the black-clothed youth also used the Battle Dragon Stomp, his speed and range were not as fast as Yi Xian's, so he was one-sided. Damn it, damn bastard! The black-clothed youth roared at the sky. Just now, he had cursed Yi Xian because he was afraid that Yi Xian would discover this oasis. His intuition told him that this oasis would have an earth spirit fruit. The Golden Sand Giant no longer cared about the black-clothed youth and rushed towards the oasis. However, Yi Xian still managed to reach the oasis before they could catch up. Haha, I smell it. I smell a huge amount of spiritual energy. It's the earth spirit fruit. The treasure-hunting deer bloodline in Yi Xian's body kicked in and guided Yi Xian to the place where the spiritual energy was the most abundant. Found it. When Yi Xian arrived at the place where the spiritual energy was concentrated, he saw a yellowish-brown fruit, the earth spirit fruit. The earth spirit fruit was able to increase one's affinity with the earth attribute. For a pinnacle heaven vein realm cultivator, it was extremely useful. The 100 Ghost Elders' highest affinity with the earth attribute was the earth attribute. However, he did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and fought with Annan City for a wood spirit fruit. In the end, he died. Not only that, but the black-clothed youth was the same. His goal was also the earth spirit fruit. However, who would have thought that Yi Xian would be the first to obtain it? Haha, you're finished. Yi Xian laughed as he plucked the earth spirit fruit and swallowed it. Ding! The host has opened the 31st heaven vein. A notification sound entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian's face stiffened. The value of this earth spirit fruit far exceeded 100 earth soul essences. In his estimation, this earth spirit fruit should be able to allow him to break through to the spirit stage and condense a spirit. However, he had overestimated the value of the earth spirit fruit. It only allowed him to open 31 heaven veins from 26. He was still a bit away from 32. However, this was enough. His current strength was several times stronger than before. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill the black-clothed youth and the golden sand giant. At this moment, the black-clothed youth had also entered the oasis. The golden sand giant followed closely behind. You came at the right time. Yi Xian roared as he stomped his foot. Battle Dragon's six-fold stomp. Bang! The black-clothed youth's foot happened to be on the ground. He was shocked by the force of the stomp. He felt his right foot go numb, and he could no longer control it. He was shocked as he felt the change in Yi Xian's strength. Previously, Yi Xian had only opened 26 heaven veins and was able to fight evenly with him without using the Tao Heart Seed Demon technique. Now that Yi Xian had opened 31 heaven veins, he was no longer a threat to Yi Xian. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him and quickly slashed with his sword. Clang! The black-clothed youth was forced to block the sword. However, in the next moment, he heard the sound of his thigh bones shattering. Crack! Die! Chapter 5:15. Thousand Demon Sect. Die! Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. He swung the Bahuang sword in his hand, and a head flew into the air. The black-clothed youth was dead. Subsequently, Yi Xian quickly devoured the black-clothed youth's universe ring. Ding! The host has opened the 32nd heaven meridian. Right now, Yi Xian was truly at the pinnacle of the heaven meridian. After opening 32 heaven meridian, the next step was to condense the spirit. Ding! The host has reached the pinnacle of the spirit essence realm. Currently, the host's affinity with the earth attribute is the highest. The host can condense the earth spirit. Another system notification rang out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This was because he saw the requirement to condense the earth spirit. An earth spirit fruit was required. If he had already opened 32 heaven meridian, then he could have directly condensed the earth spirit and broken through to the spirit realm after obtaining the earth spirit fruit. Unfortunately, the earth spirit fruit was specially devoured by him to increase his affinity with the earth attribute and cultivation. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the spirit realm, he would need an earth spirit fruit. Boom! A loud sound rang out in Yi Xian's ears. It was the golden sand giant that had caught up to him. Taking advantage of the time that the Tao Heart Seed Demon technique still had, Yi Xian immediately charged over. With his current strength, killing the golden sand giant was not a problem. The Golden Sand Giant's vitality and recovery were very strong. Yi Xian only managed to kill it after fighting for half a minute. This Golden Sand Giant's Earth Spirit essence is much better than the Yellow Sand Giant's. However, I've already reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Essence realm. If I devour it, I won't be able to increase my cultivation. However, I can increase my affinity with the Earth attribute. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before devouring the Earth Spirit Essence. This time, he had made a huge profit. Although he was still lacking an Earth Spirit fruit, his current strength was already invincible within the Spirit Essence realm. Even if he encountered a Spirit Realm expert, he would have the courage to fight. There was still a lot of time left in the Secret Realm. At this moment, Yi Xian continued searching to see if there were any more Earth Spirit fruits. However, he was disappointed. After running all over the desert, he did not find a second oasis, nor did he find a second Earth Spirit fruit. He had no choice but to leave. He returned to the entrance of the Mystic Realm and looked around. He found that people were still coming in one after another. This Mystic Realm no longer held much interest for him. Instead, he was more interested in the sect of that black-clothed youth. After the death of the black-clothed young man, Yi Xian found a token in his yin and yang ring. It was an identity token of a 1,000-demon sect disciple. At the same time, he also found out that the 1,000-devil sect was one of the top sects in the Green Cliff region. I only have the Tao Heart Devil Seed chapter, and there is still the Devil Enslavement chapter. If I want to learn it, I have to enter the 1,000-devil sect. Yi Xian thought to himself. What the black-clothed youth used before was the Devil Enslavement chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed chapter. However, the Devil Enslavement was not a true Devil Enslavement. It was only temporary. Once the duration of the Tao Heart Devil Seed chapter was up, it would return to its original state. However, the Devil Enslavement chapter's amplification was much greater than the Devil Seed chapter. Fortunately, the black-clothed youth had just learned it. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be finished. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to take a look at the 1,000-devil sect. He opened a map and glanced at it. Then, he flew towards the direction of the 1,000-devil sect. He estimated that with his current strength that was invincible in the Spirit Essence realm, it shouldn't be difficult for him to join the 1,000-devil sect. Although the 1,000-devil sect was a devil sect, it was still one of the top forces in the Green Cliff region. There were Spirit Realm experts guarding it. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that there might be an Earth Spirit fruit inside. Furthermore, he was only going to learn the Tao Heart Devil Seed chapter. He would leave once he obtained the Earth Spirit fruit. Yi Xian spent a total of 10 days flying from the South Peace City to the 1,000-devil sect's territory. After 10 days, he arrived at the foot of the 1,000-devil sect's mountain. Before he arrived, he could already feel a monstrous demonic aura. Sure enough, this was not a place that ordinary people could come to. The people here were all vicious and merciless. They would kill without batting an eyelid. Why are there so many people? Yi Xian looked at the scene in astonishment. At this moment, hundreds of experts had already gathered in front of a stone tablet at the foot of the 1,000-devil sect's mountain. Among these experts, most of them were at the peak of the Heaven Pulse realm. Not only that, Yi Xian also felt a few powerful auras. They should be experts that had surpassed the Spirit Essence realm and reached the Spirit realm. Yi Xian walked over in shock. Oh no, oh no. This time, there are Spirit realm experts participating in the exam. Our chances are small again. Sigh, the last time I participated, there weren't this many people. There weren't any Spirit realm experts either. I heard that this time, the exam will only accept 20 people. Isn't this too strict? Nonsense! What would happen if they accepted 100 people? If I can learn the second stage of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, I might be able to fight with spirit realm experts. TCH, you haven't even mastered the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. You're thinking too much. Let's talk about it after we pass the exam. A group of people were discussing in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood that today was the day of the 1,000 Devil Sects exam. The 1,000 Devil Sect would hold an exam every month. The number of people they accepted would be different. Sometimes they would accept 50 people, and sometimes they would accept 100 people. However, today they only accepted 20 people. Furthermore, the Tao Heart Demon Seed techniques, Tao Heart Demon Seed technique could be learned anywhere. However, the Demon Seed technique could only be learned by becoming a disciple of the 1,000 Devil Sect. The black-clothed youth was a disciple of the 1,000 Devil Sect. By relying on the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, he had killed his way into the 1,000 Devil Sect and became a disciple of the 1,000 Devil Sect. Unfortunately, after spending a large amount of time to learn the Demon Seed technique, he went out to search for the Earth Spirit Fruit in an attempt to break through. However, he was killed by Yi Xian, who appeared out of nowhere. It seems that the 1,000 Devil Sects exam doesn't require registration. Yi Xian thought for a moment and blended into the large group of people. He could already feel 4 powerful auras, and they were all at the spirit realm. Presumably, these 3 people were also here for the Demon Seed technique. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. This was because these 4 spirit realm experts should have just broken through. However, there were hundreds of people here. It wouldn't be so easy to meet them. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and waited quietly. Soon, 3 disciples of the 1,000 Devil Sect flew down from the 1,000 Devil Mountain. Another spirit realm expert, Yi Xian, narrowed his eyes. The 1,000 Devil Sect was truly worthy of being one of the top forces in the Green Cliff region. They actually had so many spirit realm disciples. At this moment, the leading disciple looked around and said, "The time has come. Next, I'll bring you to the exam location." The content of the exam is very simple. You just have to find the exam tokens. There are a total of 20 tokens. Whoever finds one and delivers it to us will pass the exam. Chapter 5:16. Golden token. Seeing that no one had any questions, the head disciple continued. Anyone who passes the examination will receive a reward. Furthermore, there are 3 golden tokens within the examination token. Anyone who passes the examination with a golden token will receive a corresponding spirit fruit. When these words were spread, everyone's eyes lit up. Spirit fruit. There was actually a spirit fruit in the reward. If someone were to find a golden token and pass the examination, they would be able to obtain an earth spirit fruit. This would greatly increase their chances of breaking through to the spirit stage. The entire crowd was in an uproar. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain a golden token. It depended on luck, and there would definitely be people who would try to steal it. When Yi Xian, who was standing in the crowd, heard this, his eyes lit up. It was truly something that he lacked. As long as he obtained a golden examination token, he would be able to break through to the spirit stage. Okay, everyone follow me. At this moment, the head disciple spoke and flew into the air. A group of participants also flew into the air and followed him. They flew north for about an hour before they were finally brought to a mountain range. The leading 1,000 demon sect disciple and the other 2 stopped. The former turned around and said, "This is the place where you will be tested. I will be in charge of this place. My 2 junior brothers will be at the tower on the east and west side of the mountain range. Whoever passes the test token to us will pass the test. Let's begin." The moment the voice of the 1,000 demon sect disciples sounded out, the hundreds of experts immediately scattered and flew into the mountain range. Yi Xian also landed and quickly rushed into the mountain range. In terms of speed, his speed on land was much faster than when he was flying through the air. At this moment, other than him, there were 4 other people who quickly rushed into the mountain range. They were the 4 spirit stage experts. Yi Xian deliberately went around the 4 of them and began to search for the examination tokens. This examination wasn't about who was the strongest. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be careful. The 1,000 demon sect disciple didn't take out a single examination token, but those who had participated in the examination knew about it. Yi Xian deliberately slowed down his pace and stopped rushing forward. What he was thinking now was to wait for the others to find the token before snatching it away. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the horizon. Yi Xian flew up to take a look and found that there were people fighting among the participants. Not all of them were here to participate in the assessment. Some of them were here to make a killing, gathering a few people to hunt other participants. However, Yi Xian was wrong. A black light beam? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he saw a black beam of light shoot into the clouds. Examination token. Previously, he thought that this test depended on luck, but in the end, it also depended on strength. He reckoned that the test token could not be stored in the interspatial ring. Once it was found, it would emit a black beam of light to attract the surrounding people. It was the same as the test on Death Island. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. Although his goal was the gold token, it was not bad to earn some extra money. There were at least 10 people who saw the beam of light, and at this time, all of them had already gathered. Yi Xian rushed over, but before he even arrived, a blind person had already charged out. "Go to hell, kid!" This peak heavenly vein martial artist suddenly attacked and looked at Yi Xian with a cold gaze, as if he had already determined that Yi Xian was a dead man. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was slowing down just now. He had already discovered this hidden person. Battle Dragon's 6 steps. Sword of the Earth splitting. Rip! A head flew up, and Yi Xian put away this person's interspatial ring in the blink of an eye. Those who came to participate in the 1,000 demon sex examination were all ruthless people, so there was no need for him to hold back. Not far away, the token that emitted the black beam of light had already changed hands several times. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and quickly killed these 10 people. Then he transferred all the items into the Devourer space. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, if he didn't have the Earth Spirit Fruit, it would be a waste to devour any more treasures. Therefore, he stored the items and waited until he broke through to the spirit realm before devouring them all. Although these people were also at the peak of the heavenly vein realm, like Yi Xian's strength was several times stronger than these people. Even if he didn't use the sinister sword of the earth splitting and battle dragon stomp, he could easily kill these people. Not bad. Each of them is quite rich. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and then picked up the black token. With this black token, he would become the target of everyone, and there would be people constantly coming to kill him. He had already used this method of baiting once before on the Island of Death. It was just that his cultivation at that time and his current cultivation were worlds apart. Sure enough, he used the black token as bait and attracted a large number of peak heavenly vein realm experts, who were all killed by him. Not only that, but he also obtained 2 tokens, one in his left hand and one in his right. 2 black beams of light shot into the sky. At this moment, a golden beam of light. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The golden beam of light must have been emitted by the golden token. One must know that the golden beam of light was equivalent to a spirit fruit. If he obtained it, he would be too lazy to continue with the competition. he would directly hand it over to the 3,000 demon sect disciples. This way, he would be able to obtain an earth spirit fruit. Immediately, he rushed over. The golden beam of light was much more conspicuous than the black beam of light in this gloomy weather. Someone could see it from dozens of miles away and immediately rushed over. Yi Xian was the first person to arrive at the golden beam of light. He didn't waste any time and immediately attacked, killing the person holding the golden token. Ha! A golden token! Yi Xian laughed a few times and threw away the 2 black tokens in his hand. With a golden token, why would he need a black token? However, just as he was about to put the golden token away, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. Someone was here. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian. However, the person who came this time was a spirit stage expert. Boy, put down the golden token, and I'll spare your life. A spirit stage martial artist walked out. He was around 35 years old and had a scar at the corner of his eye. Then let's see if you have the ability. Yi Xian patted his chest and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly. What arrogance! A mere spirit stage martial artist dares to speak to me in such a manner? The scarred man coldly shouted and raised his sword. He had already broken through to the spirit stage and had a trace of attributed true qi within his body. Even if he didn't use this true qi, he could easily kill Yi Xian. Chapter 517. The assessment ended Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Shattering. Yi Xian dodged as he counterattacked. The reason why he was able to challenge those above his level was due to his extraordinary speed. As long as his opponent was unable to catch up to him, then he would have the strength to fight. Humph, you do have some skills. The scarred man narrowed his eyes and swung the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a green sword aura slashed towards Yi Xian. The sword aura was extremely fast and exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. Fortunately, Yi Xian's battle instincts allowed him to dodge the fatal sword aura. However, his arm was still grazed by the green sword aura. Just when he thought that he had dodged the attack, he felt an intense pain coming from his left arm. He subconsciously looked down and discovered that his left arm had started to wither. Furthermore, the wither was quickly spreading. Yi Xian widened his eyes and suddenly recalled the scene when he was chased by the wyverns in the Tang dynasty. That middle-aged man had used the same move, but the sword aura was not green. Rip! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cut off his left arm. The wither did not continue to spread. Oh, you do have some ability. The scarred man was slightly surprised, but in the next moment, he was also stunned. He saw that Yi Xian's severed arm was recovering at a visible speed. Soon, a new arm grew out. How is this possible? The scarred man widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately used the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique and began his counterattack. So, it's the wood spirit. Fortunately, I just broke through to the spirit stage, so I don't have much elemental true qi. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The wood spirit was wood elemental true qi. This wood elemental true qi had the wither effect. Although his opponent's realm was higher than his, he had just been careless. Now, it was not a problem for him to be on guard. Battle Dragon Stomp. Sword of Earth Shattering. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. His strongest move was not the Earth Splitter, but the Battle Dragon Stomp. His recovery speed was extremely fast, so every step he took required him to use the Battle Dragon Stomp. The Scar-faced man was currently on the ground, so this was the best way to counterattack. Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The Scar-faced man snorted coldly and leaped into the air, shattering all of the earthen swords. After all, This was not a mystic realm. There was no anti-flight array here, so Yi Xian's Dragon War Stomp was considered ineffective. So what if I can fly? Yi Xian swung his sword in a frenzy, slashing out more than 20 attacks in a second. These attacks were all smashed into the ground and then swept out from under the scar-faced man's feet. Bang! 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 The knife-scarred man defeated these slashes one by one, and at the same time found the time to counterattack. Due to the disgusting battle dragon stomp, the knife-scarred man did not dare to land on the ground, so he could only fly. However, his speed on land was already slower than Yi Xian. Now that he was in the air, the difference was even greater. As a result, he was no threat to Yi Xian at all. At the same time, Yi Xian could not do anything to him. There's still some difference. Huh? Forget it. I'll spare your life. Let's leave first. Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. If he obtained the Earth Spirit Fruit, then he would be able to break through to the spirit stage. At that time, wouldn't he be able to deal with this knife-scarred man? That was impossible. You want to leave? The knife-scarred man's eyes turned cold. He stabbed out with his sword, which landed in front of Yi Xian. Bang! Suddenly, the space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and a cloud of green mist quickly spread out. It's poisonous. Yi Xian's intuition told him that he could not enter the green mist, so he quickly went around it. Damn it! The knife-scarred man cursed and immediately chased after him. However, just as he landed on the ground, a violent tremor came from beneath his feet, causing him to fly up again. He knew that if he was accidentally shaken, Yi Xian might quickly counterattack. He had to be careful. He also knew the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. However, his demon seed was on the verge of turning into a demon. That was why he came to the 1,000 Demon sect to learn the demon transformation technique. This way, he would not be afraid of turning into a demon. Damn beast, don't let me see you again. The knife-scarred man cursed and turned around to leave. After breaking through to the spirit stage, this was the first time that he let a spirit stage martial artist escape from him. Yi Xian, who was running towards the east, felt the aura behind him getting farther and farther away. He turned around to take a look. Did he leave? TSK, coward. Don't let me see you again. The next time will be the time of your death. Yi Xian cursed in his heart as he madly ran. Now that he knew his own strength, he did not want to encounter a spirit stage martial artist again. He was not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but he was afraid of two spirit stage martial artists teaming up. There was 1,000 Demon sect disciple at the entrance of the mountain range. There was one on the east and one on the east. Yi Xian was currently running towards the east, and he could already see the tower. Oh, a black beam of light. On the way, Yi Xian encountered a black beam of light that was also heading towards the tower in the east. However, he was too lazy to make a move. Soon, he saw the tower and rushed over at high speed. A golden token? The 1,000 Demon sect disciple was shocked. He did not expect that someone would bring the golden token over so quickly. Senior brother, I brought the token over. Yi Xian handed the golden token over to the disciple. Not bad, not bad. Stand behind me. The 1,000 Demon sect disciple nodded. He did not put away the golden token and allowed Yi Xian to continue holding it. Yi Xian stood behind him in the air and quietly waited. Soon, people came over with tokens one after another. There were also people who rushed over after seeing the golden beam of light. However, when they saw the situation, they helplessly shook their heads and retreated. One of the golden tokens had already been found, so there were only 2 left. After Yi Xian, for people with black tokens arrived. Soon, a signal was sent in the air. The 1,000 Demon sect disciple on Yi Xian's side also sent a signal into the air and reported the number of people. A total of 20 people. Just right. The assessment is over. The 1,000 demon sect disciple counted, and then left with Yi Xian's group of 5. Since the assessment was over, those who did not manage to obtain a token were naturally eliminated. Of course, they could still participate in the next month's assessment. When Yi Xian returned to the entrance of the mountain range, he encountered the scarred man from before. Humph! The scarred man's eyes flashed, and he looked as if he wanted to eat someone. On the other hand, Yi Xian was somewhat calm. Now that he had joined the 1,000 demon sect, he could be considered as a fellow disciple of the same sect as the scarred man. Would the scarred man dare to attack him? Chapter 5:18. Battle Demon Stage. F***CK. Yi Xian jumped in fright. The scar-faced man was actually a brother of the examinee. This was going to be a tragedy. All right, I understand. The leading disciple glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Fortunately, Yi Xian had obtained a golden token and passed the test, so he didn't dare to fall out with the examinee on the spot. F***CK. Snakes and rats really belong to the same nest. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. All right, you 20 people, follow me back to the 1,000 demon sect. As for the rest, go back to where you came from. The leading disciple said coldly, then turned around and flew away. The other 2,000 demon sect disciples and Yi Xian's group of 20 people quickly followed. Along the way, the scar-faced man glanced at Yi Xian from time to time, as if saying, "Brat, you're F***king done for." Yi Xian was planning in his heart when he suddenly remembered that the 1,000 demon sect was a demonic sect, and it wasn't impossible for fellow disciples to kill each other. He hesitated whether he should leave and come back with a new identity. Soon, Yi Xian followed the 3,000 demon sect disciples back to the entrance of the 1,000 demon sect and entered the 1,000 demon sect. In front of the 1,000 demon sect's spiritual medicine hall, anyone with a black token can receive 10 soul essences. 3 golden tokens can be exchanged for 1 earth spirit fruit. The leading disciple shouted, then entered the spiritual medicine hall and distributed the rewards. When he gave the earth spirit fruit to Yi Xian, his eyes flashed and he left. Then he brought Yi Xian's group of 20 people to receive their disciple robes and identity tokens. Finally, he said loudly, "Find an empty house and stay there. You come with me." As expected, seeing the leading disciple pointing his index finger at him, Yi Xian's heart trembled. As expected, he was going to be the first target. The surrounding people had a look of schadenfreude. Although they didn't know what happened, they knew from the scar-faced man's expression that there was a conflict between the two sides. "Why aren't you getting lost?" The leader of the disciples shouted. With that, the surrounding people dispersed, leaving only Yi Xian and the scar-faced man. "Brat, how dare you steal my command medallion?" The scarred man snorted coldly. "Big brother, why can't you handle a mere soul essence realm expert?" The leading disciple asked in astonishment. The scarred man looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. "I don't know. This kid's speed is very fast, and his physique is very strange. Forget it." The leading disciple shook his head and extended his right hand towards Yi Xian, saying, "Give me the earth spirit fruit, and I'll let this matter rest." Hand over the earth spirit fruit. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of joke was this? He actually wanted him to hand over the earth spirit fruit. This was a necessity for him to break through to the spirit stage. "And if I don't?" Yi Xian asked coldly. "Then you better not go out and hide in the 1,000 demon sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking my big brother." The leading disciple snorted. "Oh, so the 1,000 demon sect doesn't allow fellow disciples to kill each other." Yi Xian immediately understood. The leading disciple told him not to go out. Didn't this mean that the 1,000 Demons sect still had rules? Brat, do you dare to enter the Battle Demon platform with me? At this moment, the scarred man suddenly spoke. Battle Demon platform? What? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of this name, so he frowned and asked, "Humph, you came without asking about the 1,000 Demons sect. You're really lucky. Life and death can be decided on the Battle Demon platform. I also have an Earth Spirit fruit here. Do you dare to gamble?" The leading disciple said, "Oh, you want to gamble?" Yi Xian immediately became interested. He hadn't gambled for a long time. "That's right. Do you dare?" The leading disciple nodded. In reality, he was just casually saying it. After all, his big brother was at the spirit stage, while Yi Xian was only at the peak of the heaven pulse stage. There was a huge gap between them, so he didn't think that Yi Xian would agree. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the scarred man anymore. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. If he won, then he could obtain another Earth Spirit fruit. Moreover, he could obtain the scarred man's universe ring. This was a rare opportunity. The reason why he didn't immediately consume the Earth Spirit fruit and break through to the spirit stage was because of this. If he broke through now, the other party might change their mind. Good courage. Let's go. The leading disciple was stunned for a moment. Then he began to lead the way. Brat, you're truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. You actually thought that you could defeat me. Let's see how you're going to escape now. After the scarred man finished speaking, he followed. The battlefield just now was extremely large, but the battle demon stage had a limit. Even if one were to fly, they couldn't fly more than 10 meters. Whoever landed outside of the stage first would lose. However, how could he know that Yi Xian was determined to win? Soon, the three of them arrived at the 1,000 Demon sect's battle demon stage. At this moment, a life and death battle was taking place. However, there were a total of 3 battle demon stages, so it didn't affect the battle between Yi Xian and the scarred man. When the 3 of them arrived at the battle demon stage's application area, the old man from the 1,000 Demon sect said in surprise, "Unfamiliar faces. Are you new?" Yi Xian knew that the old man was talking about him, so he nodded. "You're suppressing the newcomers again." The old man glanced at the leading youth and began to register. However, he guessed wrong. This was because the person fighting Yi Xian wasn't the leading youth, but his big brother. Okay, go up to the 3rd stage. Once you're up there, you can't admit defeat. You can fly until one of you dies. However, you can't fly more than 10 meters. Flying outside of the stage is also against the rules. Those who violate the rules will be killed by me personally. The old man explained. Immediately after, Yi Xian and the scarred man flew up to the 3rd stage. When Yi Xian stepped onto the stage, the scarred man mocked. "Now that you're on the battle demon stage, it's too late for regrets." "Is that so? I shouldn't be the one to regret, right?" Yi Xian looked at the scarred man, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Immediately after, the aura on his body skyrocketed. Ding! The host has broken through to the spirit realm. The current Earth attribute has been converted to 1 point. He had finally reached the spirit realm. Yi Xian had been holding back since the beginning. He couldn't wait to break through. However, if he had broken through just now, he wouldn't have been able to see the shocked expression on the scarred man's face. What? The scarred man's body trembled, and he immediately reacted. It turned out that Yi Xian had been pretending to be weak from the very beginning. He was also at the spirit realm like him, but he had suppressed it. However, what the scarred man couldn't understand was why Yi Xian didn't reveal himself and fight with him if he was at the spirit realm. Okay, make your move. The old man below the stage was stunned for a moment before he shouted out. Chapter 5:19. Spirit Realm. Brat, I don't care if you're at the Spirit Essence Realm or the Spirit Realm. Today you're going to die. The scarred man shouted as he charged towards Yi Xian with large strides. Humph, you'll be the first. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart as he stomped his right foot. The Dragon War Stomp and the Earth-Shattering Sword were both peak rank heaven level martial arts. Furthermore, they were both Earth attribute martial arts. If one used Earth attribute Qi, then their power would increase. Just now, when Yi Xian broke through, the system notified that his Earth attribute Qi had been converted to 1. This meant that 1% of Yi Xian's Qi had been converted to Earth attribute Qi. The power of this Dragon War Stomp was at least 2 times stronger than before. Bang! The scarred man's foot trembled, but it did not affect him at all. This was because he had already flown into the air. Die! He fiercely slashed towards Yi Xian. This slash contained wood attribute Qi: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 types of Qi actually countered each other. Metal countered wood countered water countered fire countered earth, and earth countered metal. However, wood and earth were not like forest. Therefore, the 2 types of Qi did not conflict with each other. Yi Xian knew this, so he raised his hand and slashed out a brown-yellow slash. This was the Earth-Shattering Sword. He had used Earth attribute Qi. Bang! The 2 sword Qis collided. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xian's Earth-Shattering Sword was superior. After all, he had the Sword Saint's bloodline. What? The scarred man was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but he was a step too slow. Just like Yi Xian, his arm was grazed by the attack. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The scarred man lowered his head and saw that his left arm had been petrified. The blood had instantly solidified. At this moment, a casual punch would probably shatter his arm into dust. Attribute Qi is indeed useful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had used his elemental true Qi. He did not expect it to be so useful. Metal element Zhen Qi was very sharp and had a strong attack power. Wood element Zhen Qi had the effect of withering and restoring Zhen Qi. Water element Zhen Qi was gentle and flexible and could also be used for healing. Fire element Zhen Qi had a burning effect, and its attack power was second only to metal element Zhen Qi. Earth element Zhen Qi had the effect of petrifying. Of course, this was only on the surface. Break! The Scarface man's speed was quite fast. After his left arm was petrified, he circulated the wood attribute true Qi in his body and shook off the hard stones. Both he and Yi Xian had merged into one. However, Yi Xian had the blood of the Sagely Tree of Life. After using that Earth-type attack just now, his true energy had been restored, but the scar-faced man hadn't. Therefore, Yi Xian had a huge advantage. However, when the scar-faced man's arm was petrified, he did not take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the scar-faced man to remove the petrification. Brat, I want you dead. The scar-faced man went berserk. This time, Yi Xian did not plan to use his true energy. Instead, he used normal true energy without any attributes. This was because he needed to level up and increase the proficiency of his martial arts. Earth-Shattering Sword. Battle Dragon's Stomp. Yi Xian relied on the blood of the Sagely Tree of Life in his body, which allowed him to recover his true energy at an explosive speed. Although the Battle Dragon's Stomp could not hit his opponent, it could force his opponent to not fall to the ground. Ding! The proficiency of the Earth-Shattering Sword has increased. Current proficiency, 70%. Ding! The proficiency of the Battle Dragon's Stomp has increased. Current proficiency, 70%. In just a short moment, Yi Xian's 2 heaven-level martial arts had reached 70% proficiency. When he was in the spirit essence stage, his 2 martial arts could only reach 60% proficiency due to his insufficient realm. However, now that he had broken through to the spirit realm, it was different. Just now, Yi Xian used the normal earth-shattering sword to clash with the scar-faced man's true energy. Now that the proficiency of the earth-shattering sword had increased, it immediately dispersed the scar-faced man's with true energy and swept towards his opponent. What? It's stronger? The scar-faced man was shocked. However, he did not notice that the long sword in Yi Xian's hand was not the Bahuang sword that he had used in the previous battle. Furthermore, Yi Xian had not used his full strength at this moment. Otherwise, he would have been instantly killed. Bang! 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 Yi Xian stood on the spot and stomped his feet as he exchanged blows with the scar-faced man. The latter's true energy and attribute true energy were quickly consumed, while Yi Xian was still at his peak. Ding! The proficiency of the earth-shattering sword has increased. Current proficiency, 80%. Ding! The proficiency of the battle dragon's stomp has increased. Current proficiency, 80%. More than 10 seconds later, Yi Xian finally heard the second round's notification. Even the old man from the 1,000 Demon sect had not reached 80% mastery of a heaven-level martial art. All right, it's time for you to die. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he slashed with a heaven-level weapon in his hand. Xiao! The speed of this slash was twice as fast as the previous one. Even the power was the same. Before the scar-faced man could react, his head was directly chopped off. Kacha! His head was petrified in the air before it fell to the ground and turned into powder. Even his body was the same. Instant kill. This was Yi Xian's current realm. The leap of a realm is indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. I didn't even use the Bahuang sword before I died. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly as he walked over to the scar-faced man and put away his Qian Kuan ring. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Current proficiency, 2 points. The system notification sounded. Attribute conversion. 1 point was 1% of one's true energy converted. 10 points was 10%. If someone converted all the true energy in their body into attribute true energy, then they could break through the bottleneck. The next realm was the Nihility God realm. Yi Xian had only broken through after devouring everything in the scar-faced man's Qian Kuan ring, including the earth spirit fruit. This made him sigh. Leveling up wasn't that easy. Big brother! At this moment, the leading youth on the stage suddenly shouted. He couldn't believe that his big brother had died in front of him. Senior brother, do you want to fight? Yi Xian said to the leading youth. Bastard, I'll definitely kill you. The leading youth's eyes turned red as he turned to the old man and said, I want to fight him on the battle demon stage. Okay, I understand. The manager of the battle demon stage nodded. Immediately, the leading youth jumped onto the battle demon stage. He first collected the corpse of the scar-faced man, then stared fiercely at Yi Xian. His attribute conversion had already reached 3 points. The higher the attribute conversion, the higher the amount and strength of the attribute true energy. In simpler terms, he was slightly higher than Yi Xian in terms of realm. However, in the spirit realm, the level suppression wasn't as obvious as in the spirit realm. Chapter 520, 10,000 Demons Cliff. Brat, you dare to kill my big brother? I will definitely grind your bones to dust. The leading young man gritted his teeth and said. Yi Xian was still holding on to the top quality heaven artifact as he stared coldly. There were many spirit stage experts in the 1,000 Demon sect. Furthermore, It was said that the ancestor was a nihility god stage expert. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to take out the Bahuang sword. He was afraid that he would be recognized. If the Bahuang sword was a nihility god weapon, he would be dead for sure. To be safe, he could only use the top-quality heaven artifact to hide his strength. Without waiting for the old man to speak, the leading young man shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. He believed that he was stronger than Yi Xian, so he was very bold and did not fly into the air. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would let him see what the difference between them was. War Dragon's 8 steps. A series of 8 shockwaves blasted along the ground and followed the young man's feet. In an instant, the young man felt his right leg tremble. Crack! A clear and loud sound rang out as the young man's right leg bones were completely shattered. What a joke! The 80% completion War Dragon step coupled with the Earth attribute True Chi. It was already good enough that he did not become a fool. However, his fate was even worse than becoming a fool. Bam! Yi Xian stepped out again, and the young man's left leg bones were completely shattered as he fell to the ground. The bones in his legs were completely shattered, and there was no way for him to get up again. He used his hands to support himself on the ground and prepared to curse. Bam! Bam! Yi Xian stepped out 2 consecutive War Dragon's 8 steps. The bones in his hands were also shattered, and with his 4 limbs broken, he could only lie face down on the stage. Go! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he finally stepped out. Bam! Crack! The young man's sternum was shattered. Not only that, his heart was also shattered. The young man's eyes widened, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fell unconscious. The entire audience was shocked. Yi Xian, a disciple who had just joined the Thousand Demon sect, had actually stomped an old disciple to death. This was shocking news. From the beginning to the end, the young man did not attack. Yi Xian did not even know what attribute he was. He really overestimates himself. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then he went over and took off the young man's universe ring, poured out the scarred man's corpse, and swallowed everything. The myriad demon sect was a demonic force, and none of the disciples in the sect were ordinary people. Therefore, this young man had quite a few good things in his universe ring. Unfortunately, Yi Xian needed too much experience, so all of this was just a drop in the bucket. Yi Xian had a carefree expression as he flew to the bottom of the arena under the gazes of the crowd. Then he asked the old man, "Senior, may I ask where the Myriad Demons Cliff is?" "Kid, you're not bad. You want to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff to learn the enchantment technique, right?" The old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. The enchantment technique depends on one's aptitude. Some people can't learn it even with 10% attribute conversion. Some people can learn it when they're only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage. Your aptitude is not bad. I think you can learn it in a year. The Thousand Demons Cliff is over there. Go." The old man said with a smile. 10% attribute conversion was 10 points. Yi Xian was a little surprised that such a person could not learn the enchantment technique. However, Yi Xian remembered the black-clothed young man in the secret realm. He was only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage, but he had already learned the enchantment technique. He could be considered a genius. Unfortunately, he had already fallen. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Xian thanked him, then flew in the direction the old man pointed at. "This kid is so strong. He just entered the Thousand Demons sect, and he already killed an old disciple. I wonder where he came from. This is bad." That person was Senior Brother Woofing's subordinate. Since this kid killed him, Senior Brother Woofing will definitely come for revenge. Hey, look, senior brother Woofing's subordinate, Chiu Dashin, is also here. Don't say any more. If he hears you, you can forget about leaving the Thousand Demons sect. Just as Yi Xian was about to fly away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A good dog doesn't block the way. Yi Xian glanced at the person in front of him. It was a tall and sturdy man. Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? The man's face darkened. You killed someone, and you still want to leave? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that the man's aura was very strong, much stronger than the young man. Maybe his attribute conversion had reached 5%, or even higher. If he didn't use the Bahuang sword, it would be difficult to win. After all, the man might know the bewitched chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. Just now, he caught the young man off guard, and the young man was killed because of his carelessness. However, this scene fell into the eyes of so many people. It wouldn't be so easy to deal with next time. Kid, come with me. The man added when he saw that Yi Xian didn't speak. I want to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff. Yi Xian replied coldly. The man's face darkened. He shouted angrily, What kind of joke is this? You want me to wait for you? 3 days later, we'll go to the Battle Demon platform. Yi Xian said, 3 days. In fact, he didn't need 3 days. He only needed to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff and learn the bewitched chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. He would be able to deal with this guy immediately. 3 days. The man was stunned. He snorted and said, You want to learn the bewitched chapter in 3 days? That's none of your business. 3 days later, I'll come to the Battle Demon platform again. Yi Xian said, and left directly. The man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yi Xian dared to ignore him. He really deserved to die. However, this was the Thousand Demons sect. He couldn't fly into a rage. After all, that old man was still below. 3 days. He would wait for 3 days. 3 days later, he would kill Yi Xian. Under the gazes of thousands of people, Yi Xian left and flew towards the Thousand Demons Cliff. If he could use the Bahuang sword, he might be able to kill this guy instantly. Unfortunately, there were many experts in the Thousand Demons sect. Although there weren't many people here, what if there were experts secretly watching? If they found out that the Bahuang sword was a void divine weapon, he would be dead. Therefore, he had to be careful. After leaving the Battle Demon platform, Yi Xian flew towards the Thousand Demons Cliff. The bewitched chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was recorded on the stone wall of the Thousand Demons Cliff. When he arrived at the Thousand Demons Cliff, he was stopped by a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect. Newcomer? The disciple of the Thousand Demons sect asked. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Then let me remind you. After entering the Thousand Demons Cliff, you are not allowed to take out a pen and paper to copy the bewitched chapter. Otherwise, you will be killed by the sect's elders. The disciple of the Thousand Demons sect reminded him. This, Chapter 521, Bedevilment Technique, that's impossible. There's a special formation in the Myriad Devil Cliff. The moment you exit, you will completely forget the contents of the bedevilment scripture. Hence, after you enter, you can only learn it once. Otherwise, you would have to learn it all over again. The disciple shook his head. So, it's like that. Yi Xian was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. However, he had the heaven-defying devouring system. As long as he copied the bedevilment technique into the devouring system, he would be able to learn it on the spot. Many thanks for senior brother's reminder. Yi Xian cupped his fists respectfully. Then go in. The bedevilment technique is in the cave. Following which, Yi Xian flew into a cave on the Myriad Demons Cliff. The cave was huge, and there were luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Yi Xian walked in, and after a while, he saw hundreds of disciples sitting cross-legged in front of a mural. This bedevilment technique is actually not a chant. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and walked over quietly to take a look. This mural was of a person, a man wearing armor. However, there were a few horns on his head, and he didn't seem to be a human. Yi Xian didn't care too much and directly copied what he saw into the devouring system. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Bedevilment Technique. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 1/7. Since the completion rate was only 1/7, it meant that there were 6 more murals. After taking a look, Yi Xian continued to walk deeper into the cave. The second mural was of a person, but the appearance was the same as the first one. Only the movements were different. Ding! Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Bedevilment Technique. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 2/7. After copying the second mural into the devouring system, Yi Xian continued to go deeper into the cave. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth mural. In front of each mural, there were hundreds of people sitting cross-legged and comprehending. Gradually, the number of people was decreasing. When Yi Xian reached the end of the cave, there were only a dozen people left. The last part of the Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique was not a mural, but a chant. Yi Xian only glanced at it and copied it into the devouring system. Ding! Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter, copied successfully. Current completion rate is 7/7. Ding! Would the host like to learn the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter? Yes. Ding! Host has learned the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Bedevilment Chapter. Finally, he had learned it. Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. Along the way, he saw nearly 1,000 demon sex disciples. Most of them were spirit stage experts, and some of them might even have completed 10% of their attribute conversion. However, the Dao Heart Seed Devil Enchanting Chapter indeed looked at one's aptitude and comprehension ability. This was because Yi Xian even saw a soul essence realm martial artist in the depths of this chapter. Yes, I have. Let me see if this myriad devil cliff is really that mystical. It can make me forget everything I've seen. Yi Xian walked back to the cave entrance. When he stepped out, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, he completely forgot about the contents of the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Devil Enchanting Chapter. It's truly amazing. It should be an array set up by the Void God, realm ancestor of the 1,000 Demon Sect. I can't remember anything about it now. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He had even forgotten the appearance and movements of the first mural. This prevented him from spreading it, and even if he learned it, he couldn't teach it to others. Although he had already learned the Bedevilment Chapter, he still returned to the cave and pretended to stay there for 3 days. After 3 days, he came out. Today was the day of the battle between him and the brawny man. Although my attribute conversion is only at 2%, my recovery speed is extremely fast. As long as I don't use it continuously, I will be able to recover. Moreover, my earth-shattering sword and dragon war stomp have both been upgraded to 80%. Even without using the Bahuang sword, I can still kill him. Yi Xian thought as he flew towards the Battle Demon platform. However, when he arrived at the Battle Demon platform, he discovered that there was already a large number of 1,000 demon sex disciples gathered there. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many people. What's the big battle today? Yi Xian frowned and blended into the crowd. There were a total of 3 Battle Demon platforms, but at this moment, there was no one on the other 2 platforms. Only one platform had 2 graceful figures standing on it. There's going to be a good show. Liang Junkie actually went to the Battle Demon platform with Sima, Wenjing. One of them will definitely die. I heard that senior brother Wang Haotian and senior sister Liang were separated because of Sima. Wenjing, lower your voice. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Wang Haotian and senior brother Wufeng are comprehending the demon god chapter together. Hearing the discussions around him, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The two people on the battle demon platform were both women. Moreover, it seemed like they were fighting because of a man. However, what made Yi Xian's eyes light up was that he heard something new. Demon God Chapter. The Tao Heart Demon Seed Chapter. The first stage of the Demon Seed Chapter. The second stage of the Bedevilment Chapter. So there's a third stage of the Demon God Chapter after the Bedevilment Chapter. Yi Xian thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to leave the 1,000 Demon Sect after killing the muscular man. However, after hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate. The Demon Seed Chapter was already so powerful, and it would be even more powerful after the Bedevilment Chapter. If he learned the Demon God Chapter, his strength would increase tremendously. However, the Demon God Chapter wouldn't be taught to others so easily. He had to find out more about it. At this moment, Sima Wenjing, you stinking bee asterisk TCH. How dare you steal my man? Today is the day you die. The woman in green on the battle demon platform shouted in exasperation. Senior sister Liang, I've already said that senior brother Wang only came to ask me about some cultivation matters. We have nothing to do with each other. The other woman in blue replied, Bullsh asterisk T. Senior brother Wang's cultivation is so much higher than yours. How dare you use this excuse? The woman in green scolded. In the next moment, she directly attacked. Stinking bee asterisk TCH. Go to hell, withering sword. The green-robed disciple swung his sword at Sima Wenjing. A green sword chi shot towards Sima Wenjing. Would attribute sword chi. Senior sister Liang, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Water drop sword. The woman in blue didn't waste any more time and started to counterattack. She had a water attribute spirit, so her sword chi was slightly blue. Most importantly, wood was the bane of water, so she was weaker than her opponent in terms of attributes. However, there was no suspense in this battle. Bam! The two sword chis, one green and one blue, collided. However, after the collision, the sword chis of the woman in blue suddenly spread out like water. Droplets of sword chis shot towards the woman in green like a rain of bullets. Chapter 522. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Bedevilment what? The green-robed woman did not expect this, and her reaction was one step too slow. She was directly covered by this group of water droplets of sword chi, and was turned into a sieve on the spot. There were even 5 bloody holes on her face, and blood gushed out from the wounds like fountains. Dead. The entire arena was silent. Everyone knew that wood was the bane of water, but who would have thought that Liang Junkie, who had the advantage in attributes, would be killed in one strike? One had to know that the difference in their realms wasn't big. Is that the dripping sword? Senior sister Sima actually mastered the dripping sword. That's amazing. The dripping sword is the most common water attribute martial art. Many people know it, but not many are proficient in it. I remember that the strongest user of the dripping sword is Elder Shui. I didn't expect senior sister Sima to have mastered it. Nonsense. Senior sister Sima is Elder Shui's disciple. Unfortunately, senior sister Sima hasn't been bedeviled yet. I've seen Elder Shui use it once. A single sword chi can turn into thousands of water droplets. Ordinary people can't block it at all. Although the dripping sword is powerful, Liang Junkie isn't weak either. In terms of attributes, Liang Junkie has the advantage. He was careless and ended up like this. Even bedevilment didn't work. Senior Sister Liang had a good time with Senior Brother Wang. Now that she's dead, Senior Brother Wang, a group of 1,000 demon sects disciples were discussing in private. Some of them were even fantasizing if they were the ones on the stage just now. Would they be able to block that sword? Yi Xian was also stunned. It seemed that every attribute had its own advantages. If the wood attribute hit the body, it would have a withered effect. At the same time, the wood attribute qi could heal injuries. It was very good. The water attribute qi could also heal injuries and had a myriad of changes. When fighting with a water attribute martial artist, one couldn't be careless. Otherwise, one would die miserably. Yi Xian estimated in his heart, if he was the one standing there just now, he wouldn't be able to block that attack. Strong. At this moment, Sima Wenjing silently walked to Liang Junkie's corpse and gently covered his eyes. Then, she took off the universe ring. Since the battle was over, many people immediately dispersed. Then, Yi Xian flew down. He was here to accept the challenge today. Stinking brat, you really came. A coarse voice rang out. The brawny man from 3 days ago descended from the sky. It had only been 3 days, so he naturally did not think that Yi Xian had already mastered the bedevilment chapter. Cut the crap and apply. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk to him. He walked directly to the administrator of the Battle Devil platform. The administrator of the Battle Devil platform, the old man from 3 days ago, shook his head helplessly when he saw Yi Xian. Sai, you are too impulsive. If you had cultivated for another year and learned the bedevilment chapter, you would have been able to fight him. These words were somewhat unpleasant to the ears of the burly man, but he did not dare to refute. After all, this old man was an elder of the 1,000 demon sect, and he could kill him with a single finger. This brat won't die. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Humph! The burly man snorted coldly. Sai, go ahead. Battle Devil platform number 1. The old man shook his head. Shortly after, Yi Xian and the burly man stepped onto the Battle Devil platform. When Yi Xian flew onto the Battle Devil platform, the burly man took out a large blade and said coldly, Brat, don't you dare to land on the ground. Yi Xian had not landed on the ground yet, so he could admit defeat. However, he was never afraid of the burly man, so why would he admit defeat? Hee, why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xian landed on the Battle Devil platform with a pa sound. Good guts, I thought you would kneel down and beg me. The burly man narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not spare your life. Yi Xian continued to smile. You are courting death. When Yi Xian finished speaking, he shouted and slashed a golden sword qi towards Yi Xian. Metal attribute true qi was extremely powerful, much more powerful than fire attribute true qi. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian was of the earth attribute, and earth countered metal. Earth splitting sword. A brownish-yellow sword, qi, collided with the golden sword qi. Bang! The two sword qi collided and instantly exploded. The burly man's attribute true qi had already reached 5 points. Although he was countered by the earth attribute true qi, his true qi was stronger than Yi Xian's. It's actually a draw. This brat's martial arts attainment is very high. The spectators were not fools. Yi Xian's cultivation base was lower than the burly man's, and the difference in their weapons was not large. Therefore, the only explanation was that his martial arts attainment was higher. Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword had reached 80% proficiency, while the burly man's martial arts was only at 50% proficiency. This was the difference between them. Humph! Even if I don't use Bahuang, the difference is not large. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out another earth-splitting sword. although his attribute conversion was only at 2 points, which was lower than the burly man's in both quantity and strength. He had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. The earth attribute, true chi that had been consumed by the first earth-splitting sword had already been replenished, but the burly man had not. Bang! 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 Yi Xian stood in place and exchanged blows with the burly man. He did not even use Dragon War Stomp. The burly man was also on guard, and the metal attribute true chi in his body was quickly depleted. However, in the next moment, he discovered that Yi Xian's attack speed seemed to be even faster than his. Other than dealing with his attack, Yi Xian actually still had the strength to swing the earth-splitting sword towards the ground, causing him to have no choice but to dodge. He moved. Qiu Dashan actually moved. Qiu Dashan can't beat that brat in a head-on clash? That's strange. Although Qiu Dashan's metal attribute is restrained, it shouldn't be so weak. Is that brat's martial arts attainment really that high? That's the earth-splitting sword. I learned it before, but due to the wrong attribute, my mastery was only 20%. I didn't expect this martial art to be so sinister after mastering it. Everyone was shocked. The old man below the battle demon platform was also shocked. He did not expect that he would be wrong again. This was the second time. Not only that, but Sima Wenjing was also the same. She originally wanted to leave, but coincidentally there was a battle to the death, so she stayed. At this time, the situation on the platform changed. Bedevilment, Qiu Dashan used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Everyone had a gloating expression. From the beginning, they thought that Qiu Dashan would not lose because Qiu Dashan had spent 2 years learning the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had just entered the Thousand Demon sect. TSK. I heard that this brat made an agreement with Qiu Dashan 3 days ago to enter the Thousand Demon Cliff to cultivate the bedevilment technique. Now that 3 days have passed, I wonder if he has learned it? Someone couldn't help but say with a mocking tone. However, at this time, on the Battle Demon platform. Chapter 523. Chapter 523. Chapter 523. You read the only one who can be bewitched? Are you the only one who can be bewitched? Yi Xian sneered and roared towards the sky. Immediately after, his eyes turned black. When the last bit of white was drowned out, the entire audience was shocked once again. How is this possible? How could he be bewitched? Who the F*CK said that this brat only entered my Thousand Demons sect 3 days ago. Could it be that he learned the bewitched technique within 3 days? What kind of joke is this? Even if it's 3 months, it's still impossible. But everyone knows the situation at the Thousand Demons Cliff. Those who tried to copy it were all killed by the elders on the spot. The surrounding hundreds of disciples of the Thousand Demons sect were all tongue-tied. They were unable to come to a conclusion. At this moment, Qiu Dashan realized who he had provoked. To be able to learn the bewitched technique within 3 days, he was definitely the number 1 genius in thousands of years. He would definitely be taken in as a disciple by the experts of the Thousand Demons sect. However, at this moment, he and Yi Xian were standing on the battle demon stage. Either he died or Yi Xian died. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill Yi Xian. Brat, go to hell! Qiu Dashan roared. But at this moment, ding, the proficiency of the earth-splitting sword has increased. It is currently at 90%. The system notification came at the right time. It's about time. You should go now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he crazily attacked with his top-grade heaven artifact. His attack speed was at least twice as fast as before. Not only that, from the beginning until now, Yi Xian had not used the War Dragon Stomp. Now, it was time for him to use it. War Dragon's 8 steps. earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian's figure flashed, and in an instant he used the war dragon's 8 steps several times, shattering the feet of the big man not far away. Crack! In the end, the big man was unable to dodge this move. With the bones in his feet shattered, he directly fell to the ground. Previously, he had seen how Yi Xian killed people. He immediately slapped the ground in front of him and used his true qi to fly into the sky. However, just as his body flew up, a few slashes suddenly broke through the ground in the arena. Rip, rip, rip. A few crisp sounds entered everyone's ears. They focused their eyes and found that the burly man's neck and arms had been cut open. The wounds were instantly petrified, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Kacha! The big man's head fell to the ground. Even though he was petrified and smashed to the ground, no blood flowed out. After he died, Yi Xian slowly walked over and took his interspatial ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 3 points. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's true qi decreased slightly and turned into Earth attribute true qi. This Qiu Dashan was actually killed by a brat who just entered the sect. It's too fake. Qiu Dashan's attributes were converted by half, but he was actually killed. That's not the main point. The main point is that this brat managed to learn the bedevilment chapter in 3 days. I spent 3 months in the Myriad Demons Cliff and only managed to comprehend the 3rd mural. All the disciples of the Myriad Demons sect couldn't believe their eyes. The old man below, the Battle Devil stage, and Sima Wenjing were also the same. He just entered the Myriad Demons sect 3 days ago, but he managed to learn the bedevilment chapter. Sima Wenjing's eyes widened. She had also entered the Myriad Demons Cliff to study for half a year, but she didn't manage to learn the bedevilment chapter. However, Yi Xian managed to learn it in 3 days. Anyone who saw this would doubt their own aptitude. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly flew up from the arena and disappeared from everyone's sight. 2 points of attribute conversion, and he managed to convert 5 points of attribute. If I were to use the Bahuang sword and add it to my current 3 points of attribute conversion, I should be able to convert less than 10 points of attribute conversion. Yi Xian thought to himself as he flew. Unfortunately, he couldn't take out the Bahuang sword because the administrator of the Battle Devil stage was very strong. He might have heard of the Void Divine weapon. Originally, he wanted to leave the Myriad Demons sect after learning the bedevilment chapter and never return. However, he decided to stay because he heard about the demonic god chapter. After all, the Myriad Demons sect was established by a void god realm expert. Although it had declined and didn't have a single void god realm expert, it was still a peak power in a high-grade territory. In this place, Yi Xian would be able to improve himself. Previously, when he entered the Myriad Demons sect, he had to fight to the death on the Battle Devil stage, so he didn't even find a place to stay. Now, he was going to find a place to stay. However, there were many disciples of the 1,000 Demon sect following behind him. At the same time, the administrator of the Battle Devil stage also disappeared. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Myriad Demons sect. Soon, he found a place to stay and settled down. Junior brother, please wait. Junior brother, teach us some of your experience. Senior brother, can you follow me to the Myriad Demons Cliff and teach us how to learn the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Law? As expected, most of the disciples who followed him didn't learn the bedevilment chapter and wanted Yi Xian to teach them some of his experience. In fact, if he wanted to teach them, it wasn't impossible. After all, the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Devil Seed Law had been copied into the devouring system. As long as he wanted to, he could copy it out again. However, if the Myriad Demons sect found out about this, His tendons would be pulled out and used as shoelaces. Senior brothers, I'm sorry. It was just a coincidence. I don't remember anything about the bedevilment chapter at all. I hope you can forgive me. Before Yi Xian entered the house, he turned around and cupped his fists. When the disciples heard this, they shook their heads helplessly. After all, they had been to the Myriad Demons Cliff and had forgotten everything after coming out of the cave. They only remembered that the bedevilment chapter was written on the stone wall. However, many of them still waited outside Yi Xian's house. They wanted Yi Xian to enter the Myriad Demons Cliff again. Who knows, he might give them more experience. At the same time, in the Myriad Magic Hall at the peak of the Myriad Demons sect. Elder Song, is what you said true? He learned the bedevilment chapter in 3 days? A long-haired, middle-aged man asked in shock. He was the current sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Standing in front of him was the administrator of the Battle Devil stage, Elder Song. Sect leader, it's absolutely true. That Brad is new and had a battle with someone 3 days later on the Battle Devil stage. 3 days later, he actually learned the bedevilment chapter and killed his opponent with ease. Elder Song nodded solemnly. Are you sure? The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect asked again. It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes, and there were hundreds of disciples watching. Elder Song nodded again. Chapter 524. Sect leader? This old man thinks so too. After all, the Myriad Demon Cliff is protected by a formation set up by the founder, and there are many elders watching over there. It's impossible for anyone to bring the bedevilment scripture out. Elder Song said, That's right. Our Myriad Demon sect has been established for thousands of years, and there has never been a case of the Tao Heart bedevilment scripture being leaked. Otherwise, our Myriad Demon sect wouldn't have much of an advantage over the other sections. The Thousand Demon sect leader nodded. Elder Song, go and call that brat over. Yes, sect leader. Elder Song respectfully retreated and left. After rejecting so many people's requests, Yi Xian stayed in his own room. He didn't need to cultivate, he just needed to wait for someone. Today, he used the Tao Heart bedevilment scripture in such a high-profile manner to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect. At that time, it would be best if he could comprehend the Demon God scripture. As long as he could comprehend the Demon God scripture, he would leave the Myriad Demon sect. Outside his residence, there were still hundreds of Myriad Demon sect disciples who were unwilling to give up. These people didn't dare to barge into Yi Xian's residence. After all, the Myriad Demon sect had its own rules. Most importantly, they knew that the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect would definitely notice Yi Xian. Sure enough, after they had observed for a while, an elder flew through the air and arrived at the scene. It's Elder Song. All of the disciples recognized the person who had just arrived. The Battle Devil platform was the most popular place in the Myriad Demon sect. Almost all the disciples knew the administrator of the Battle Devil platform. From this, it could be seen that Elder Song's position in the Myriad Demon sect wasn't low. What are you looking at? Scram back to cultivate. Disperse. Elder Song shouted. Although he didn't know where Yi Xian lived, he could find it from the eyes of these people. The hundreds of Myriad Demon sect disciples could only shake their heads helplessly and leave. However, there were still some people watching from afar. After Elder Song arrived, he directly landed in Yi Xian's courtyard. When Yi Xian heard the sound, he smiled faintly and opened the door. Senior, this is... Yi Xian purposely pretended not to know. The sect master wants to see you. Come with me. Elder Song went straight to the point. Sect leader? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his plan had succeeded. However, This was also within his expectations. Learning the bedevilment technique in 3 days, how could the sect master not be shaken? Let's go. With that, Elder Song turned around and left. Yi Xian quickly followed after him. Perhaps the Thousand Devil sect leader was prepared to accept him as a disciple. At that time, he would be considered to have soared into the sky. When his strength increased, it would be time for him to leave. In the end, the demon sect was just a springboard for him. Brat, did you really only learn the bedevilment chapter in 3 days? On the way to the Myriad Magic Hall, Elder Song couldn't help but ask. This kid is just lucky. Yi Xian said humbly. He did not think that he was very powerful because everything he had was due to the devouring system. If he didn't have the devouring system, he would still be a cripple. If he were to comprehend the bedevilment chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, he would probably need years to comprehend it. My Thousand Devil sect has been established for more than 5,000 years, and the same goes for the Thousand Devil Cliff. However, in the history of my Thousand Devil sect, the fastest genius to learn the bedevilment chapter took more than a month, but you only took 3 days. That's unbelievable. Elder Song said in shock. When this kid was comprehending it, he suddenly had an epiphany. That's how I learned it. Yi Xian said casually, All right, don't be so humble. Have you heard of the 3rd layer of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique? Elder Song asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. He just found out about it. If it wasn't for the Demon God chapter, he would have left long ago. Elder Song continued. The Tao Heart Demon Seed technique was created by the founder of my Thousand Devil sect. There are 3 layers in total. The first layer is the Demon Seed chapter. The second layer is the bedevilment chapter. And the 3rd layer is called the Demon God chapter. As far as I know, there are more than 1,000 disciples in my Thousand Devil sect who have fallen into the Demon God chapter. However, there are less than 10 disciples and elders who have comprehended the Demon God chapter. Your aptitude is not bad. In the future, when your strength grows, the sect leader might let you comprehend the Demon God chapter. After hearing Elder Song's words, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The reason why he stayed in the Thousand Devil sect was because he wanted to learn the Demon God chapter. However, from Elder Song's words, he could tell that the Demon God chapter had a requirement of strength. Not everyone could comprehend it. Not everyone can learn the Demon God chapter. If your strength is not enough, you will explode and die just by looking at it, not to mention comprehending it. Therefore, as long as your strength is enough, the sect leader will definitely let you comprehend the Demon God chapter. Elder Song said. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although Elder Song didn't say what realm he needed to reach, he understood that he was still far from it. Therefore, he didn't ask any more. It seemed that he still had to stay in the Thousand Devil sect for a while. After following behind Elder Song for a while, Yi Xian saw a dazzling hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were 2 demons tied up. Before Yi Xian even got close, he felt a strong sense of oppression that made him feel like he couldn't break through. So strong, I'm afraid their strength is 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the Demon Lord. Yi Xian's heart palpitated. Although Elder Song was strong, he could suppress his aura. However, these 2 demons didn't suppress their aura at all. They were the most powerful non-human creatures Yi Xian had ever seen. Elder Song, these 2 demons are... Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. These 2 demons were both humans when they were alive. One was the previous Thousand Devil sect leader, and the other was the current sect leader's disciple. The former entered Chi deviation because of the Demon God chapter, while the latter entered Chi deviation because he forcefully comprehended the Demon God chapter. Elder Song explained. The previous Thousand Devil sect leader and the current sect leader's disciple, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't they say that after turning into a demon, they can still maintain their rationality?" "That's true, but they comprehended the demon god chapter created by the void god realm ancestor. If they took a wrong path in their cultivation, they would end up like this. Even their consciousness would be erased." Elder Song nodded. "The demon god chapter is so terrifying." Yi Xian was a little shocked. "Yes, over the years, many disciples have turned into mindless demons that only know how to kill. That's why the sect leader strictly limited the number of people who can comprehend the demon god chapter." Elder Song nodded and landed in front of the hall. Yi Xian landed behind him and looked around. When he saw the demons that were only 10 meters away from him, he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 5:25. Heart Demon Oath. "Let's go. The Sovereign is inside." Elder Song led Yi Xian into the Myriad Magic Hall. A middle-aged man with long hair was already standing in the center of the magic hall. He was the Myriad Demon Sect's sovereign. "Greetings, Sovereign." Yi Xian hurried to greet him. With his hands behind his back, the sovereign turned around and asked, "What's your name?" "Yi Xian. I heard that you only spent 3 days to learn the second stage of the Tao Heart Demon Seed Law, Bedevilment Chapter." The sovereign narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. At this time, the Thousand Devil Sect's patriarch spoke again. "Do you know, in the history of our Thousand Devil Sect, the fastest person to learn the Bedevilment Chapter took more than a month?" "I know." Yi Xian nodded again. He had heard about it from Elder Song just now. "I can't believe that you've been here for the past 3 days. I feel that you must have obtained the bedevilment scripture from somewhere. Do you dare to swear a heart demon oath?" The sect leader of the 10,000 Demon sect stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Swear the heart demon oath. This was something that cultivators were most unwilling to do. Once they broke the oath or lied, the heart demon seed would rapidly expand. In the best-case scenario, their strength would stagnate, and in the worst-case scenario, their body would explode, and they would die. That's really ruthless. Yi Xian had heard of the heart demon oath, but he could understand. After all, the bedevilment chapter was extremely important. It was the foundation of the Myriad Demon Sect's strength. "Disciple is willing." He nodded without hesitation and said, "Disciple Yi Xian swears that before entering the Myriad Demon Sect, I have only learned the demonic seed chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed Law. I have never learned the bedevilment chapter. If I lie, I will be punished by the heavens." Yi Xian's decisiveness dispelled the doubts in the Sovereign and Elder Song's hearts. "Very good. I believe that you have never learned the bedevilment chapter. You only spent 3 days in the Myriad Demon Cliff to learn it." The Sovereign's eyes lit up. Yi Xian's talent gave him hope. After the fall of the Nihility God stage ancestor, the Thousand Demon Sect continued to decline. Originally, they had quite a few experts at the peak of the spirit stage, but now not a single one remained. At this moment, Elder Song suddenly said, "Sect Master, his aptitude is not bad. It's just that his earth attribute is a little off. Are you—" "No, I don't want to accept any more disciples. Just let him cultivate by himself in the sect," the Thousand Demon Sect leader said. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. F***CK. I have such good qualifications in front of you, and you don't want to accept me? Even if he didn't accept it, he should at least give him something good, right? Yi Xian cursed the Thousand Demon Sect leader 100 times in his heart. How could such a stingy person be a sect leader? Shameless. Ahem, all right. Elder Song nodded. "Also, keep your mouths shut. Right now, the atmosphere in our sects is very tense. Don't let the other sects know about this." The Thousand Demon sect leader reminded. Yes, Elder Song replied, then left the Thousand Magic Hall with Yi Xian. What a loss, what a loss. A super genius actually doesn't know what's good for him. What a waste. Yi Xian helplessly left the Thousand Magic Hall. Seeing his disappointed expression, Elder Song said, You saw it too. The sect master's only disciple was forced to comprehend the demon god chapter and turned into a mindless demon. It's worse than going berserk. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally understood this. However, he didn't think much of it. Since they didn't want to accept him, then so be it. He had never been hungry before. Brat, go and cultivate by yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Although this old man's strength isn't the best in the Thousand Demon sect, it's more than enough to guide you. Also, it's best that you don't go out for the next few days. The outside world is very chaotic recently. Those so-called righteous sects are wantonly killing our disciples. Be careful, Elder Song reminded. This disciple understands. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since he cultivated the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique, his aura had changed. Ordinary people could feel it. After going berserk once, his demonic chi had increased even more. He couldn't restrain it even if he wanted to. However, it was still okay now. After all, there were many people in this world who cultivated demonic arts. Cultivating demonic arts wasn't a big deal. As long as one didn't use evil methods to cultivate, no one would care. However, there were some righteous sects who would kill anyone who cultivated demonic arts on sight. After Elder Song left, Yi Xian returned to his residence. Just as he entered, someone called out to him. Junior brother, please wait. A gentle voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that the person who called out to him was Sima Wenjing, the one who killed her opponent in one strike on the battle demon stage. Senior sister, is there a problem? Yi Xian asked with a frown. He didn't have a good impression of Sima Wenjing because others said that Sima Wenjing seduced senior sister Liang's man. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Yi Xian didn't want to have anything to do with her. Junior brother, you mastered the bedevilment technique in 3 days. Can you teach? Sima Wenjing said. However, before she could finish, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, I'm sorry, senior sister. Junior brother has forgotten everything after leaving the Myriad Devil Cliff. I know. However, I want to ask Junior brother to come with me to the Myriad Devil Cliff. Of course, I can give you some compensation. Moreover, you can cultivate beside me while I'm comprehending the technique. Sima Wenjing said, I'm sorry. Junior brother is at the critical juncture of breaking through. I'm afraid he won't be able to help. Yi Xian refused. He could copy the bedevilment technique, but he didn't dare to do so in the Myriad Devil sect. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room. However, in the next second, Sima Wenjing rushed up to him like an arrow. Junior brother, if you don't agree, I won't leave. Sima Wenjing said firmly. Her actions almost made Yi Xian take out his Bahuang sword to counterattack. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't feel her killing intent. Senior sister, don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to do this? There seems to be a rule in the sect. Yi Xian said with a frown. If you want to complain, then go ahead. In any case, I won't leave. Sima Wenjing didn't care. The sect's rule was to restrict disciples without any background. She was the direct disciple of an elder, so it wasn't a big deal for her to trespass on a disciple's residence. Yi Xian had a headache. He also heard that Sima Wenjing was an elder's disciple and that her strength wasn't bad. If he left, this Sima Wenjing would definitely follow him like a shadow, so it would be a bit difficult to deal with this. Then I'll leave it to senior sister, Yi Xian said helplessly. He directly sat on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. What did he mean by he didn't need to cultivate because he was at the critical juncture of breaking through? That was just an excuse he made up. What he needed to do now was to wait and wear down Sima Wenjing's patience so that she would take the initiative to leave. Chapter 5:26. Trouble after trouble. Sima Wenjing saw him sitting cross-legged on the bed and closed the door. Then she sat at the door and refused to leave. The two of them were in the same room. The atmosphere was very awkward. After Yi Xian closed his eyes, he didn't open them again. Even if he had hemorrhoids, he didn't get up. He sat there for an entire day. Senior sister, are you in there? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sima Wenjing and Yi Xian opened their eyes at the same time. Then Sima Wenjing opened the door. A female disciple stood outside. She looked at Yi Xian, who was behind Sima Wenjing, with a strange expression, then said, "Senior sister, Master is calling for you." Sima Wenjing couldn't help but turn around and look at Yi Xian. She said softly, "I'll be back." Then she followed the female disciple and left. Phew, she's finally gone. Yi Xian sighed in relief. He didn't sleep at all that night. He was on guard against Sima Wenjing. He stretched his body and prepared to go out and take a look. The 1,000 Demon sect didn't only have the battle demon platform. They had other things too. When Yi Xian walked out of his room and was about to leave, he noticed that there were quite a few people staring at him. Are they all unwilling to give up? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and ignored them. However, at this moment, "Stop!" A loud shout came. Yi Xian turned his head in shock and saw 3 figures flying over. Senior Brother Wufeng's men again? He immediately reacted and said, "Senior brothers, what's the matter?" "Humph!" The man in the lead snorted and said, "What's the matter? Don't you know what's going on? You killed Qiu Dashan yesterday. Do you think you can get away with it?" They were indeed Senior Brother Wufeng's men. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "I fought that Qiu Dashan on the Battle Devil stage. He was not as skilled as I was, so he died at my hands." What a good excuse. "Follow me onto the Battle Demon platform," the leading man said coldly. His tone was extremely domineering, and he didn't allow Yi Xian to refuse at all. "What if I don't?" Yi Xian probed. "It's not up to you to refuse." The man in the lead didn't seem to care about the rules of the 1,000 Demon sect. "Since that's the case, may I be so bold as to ask, what are the cultivation levels of the 3 senior brothers?" Yi Xian asked again. Although it was a little embarrassing to ask such a question, one could only win 100 battles by knowing one's own strength and the enemy's strength. It would be easier for him to respond if he asked the other party's realm first. "Humph, you killed Qiu Dashan, who only had half of his attribute conversion yesterday. You do have some ability. However, the strength of the 3 of us is not something that Qiu Dashan can compare to. Our attribute conversion has long surpassed 7 points. A green-clothed disciple behind the leader said, 7 points of attribute conversion. That was 7%, which was 4 points higher than Yi Xian. Yesterday, Yi Xian was able to defeat Qiu Dashan not only because of his superior martial arts, but also because Earth countered metal. However, the people he was going to face today might have different attributes. They might have the common fire attribute, like the metal attribute, which countered his Earth attribute. However, Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He should be able to deal with 7 points of attribute conversion. "All right, I'll go with you." Yi Xian immediately agreed. "How dare you? Let's go." The leader immediately turned around and flew away. Yi Xian followed closely behind. In Yi Xian's eyes, these 3 people were his stepping stones. They were the experience points he needed to level up. If he could successfully kill these 3 people, then he should be able to increase his attribute conversion to 4 points. Yi Xian followed behind the 3 people and soon arrived at the Battle Demon platform. The 1,000 Demon sect was a sect that was crueler than the other sections. The internal competition was very serious. There were many cases of people killing their fellow disciples to increase their cultivation. Therefore, there were people watching the Battle Demon platform at all times. Every day, there would be one battle after another. There were even people who took root at the Battle Demon platform and cultivated there. When there were life and death battles, they would watch. Who knows, they might suddenly be enlightened and break through. Oh, it's that brat again. That brat killed Qiu Dashan yesterday. Today, he's called to the Battle Demon platform again. How pitiful. How pitiful. Yesterday, he was taken away by Elder Song. I heard that he went to see the sect leader. What? There's actually such a thing? Then these 3 people still dare to find trouble with him? What's there to be afraid of? The sect leader didn't take him as a disciple. Moreover, these 3 people are backed by Senior Brother Wufeng. Senior Brother Wufeng is backed by the Great Elder. The Great Elder doesn't even respect the sect leader. A group of disciples were discussing in private again. Yi Xian followed behind the 3 of them and arrived in front of Elder Song. Elder Song saw Yi Xian from afar. He also understood what was going on. However, the 1,000 Demon sect was crueler than the other sections. If one wanted to become stronger, they had to step on countless corpses. Who's first? Elder Song's gaze fell on the 3 of them. Me, the green-clothed disciple who mocked Yi Xian, just now walked out. Then let's go to the first Battle Demon platform. Elder Song didn't say anything. He had a premonition that Yi Xian would be able to defeat his opponent. After all, the genius who learned the bedevilment chapter in a month back then was able to kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his path. No one could stop him. Brat, you're dead meat. The green-clothed disciple mocked. Then, he took the initiative to jump onto the first Battle Demon platform. Yi Xian took out a good quality heaven artifact and followed him. At this moment, he didn't know what attribute this green-clothed disciple's spirit was, so he had to be cautious. Yesterday, Qiu Dashan died in your hands because of carelessness. Today, I won't fall into your trap. The green-clothed disciple said coldly. He had heard of Yi Xian's 2 sinister martial arts. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much nonsense, Senior Brother. Yi Xian deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Although he called him Senior Brother, his tone was full of ridicule. The green-clothed disciple's face sank. Since you want to die so quickly, then I'll fulfill your wish. Xiao, a fiery red sword Qi attacked. Fire attribute. Fire countered earth. Yi Xian's earth attribute was countered. Yesterday, Qiu Dashan's metal attribute was countered by Yi Xian. Today, Yi Xian's earth attribute was countered by the green-clothed disciple's fire attribute. In addition, the green-clothed disciple was prepared. His realm was higher than Yi Xian's, so this battle wasn't going to be easy. My advantage is only in my martial arts attainment. Moreover, my opponent's martial arts are of higher quality than my Sword of Earth Splitter and Battle Dragon Stomp. I don't have much of an advantage. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he would try his best not to clash head-on with his opponent. After all, the fire attribute countered his earth attribute. Moreover, the fire attribute was ranked second among the 5 elements. Battle Dragon Stomp, Sword of Earth Splitter. Pung, pung, pung. Chapter 527. To be possessed by the devil. Unfortunately, The green-robed disciple was already on guard and was flying at a low altitude. His feet were not on the ground, so the battle dragon stomp had no effect on him. Yi Xian's only advantage now was his speed. His opponent was flying at a low altitude, and Yi Xian had mastered the battle dragon stomp and 3 agility advancements, so his speed was off the charts. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The green-robed disciple's fiery red qi was very fast, but Yi Xian was even faster. As long as this attack could not hit him, what was the point of it being so strong? So fast. The green-robed disciple's expression had already sunk to the bottom. At this moment, Yi Xian's earth-shattering sword had already surged out from the ground like a volcano erupting. Flame armor! The green-robed disciple hurriedly circulated the energy of heaven and earth and condensed a layer of flame around him. The earth-shattering sword crashed into this layer of defense and was instantly destroyed. Fire restrained earth, so Yi Xian's fire was just a little bit weaker. Since the quality is not enough, then I'll use quantity to make up for it. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian moved around while crazily using the earth-shattering sword. His attack speed was exactly twice that of his opponent's. The green-robed disciple could slash out 5 times, but Yi Xian could slash out 10 times. Although the former's flame defense was a little strong, Yi Xian's 10 slashes were enough to break through his flame defense. This was a battle of attrition. In terms of attrition, Yi Xian was not afraid of anyone. The two of them clashed for more than 10 seconds, and the green-robed disciple had already used up half of his fire-attributed qi. Damn it, why is this brat so fast? He's clearly just a piece of trash. My goal is to comprehend the Demon God chapter. The green-robed disciple thought to himself and directly used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique, Demon Transformation chapter. He's possessed, he's possessed. What are you shouting for? Won't that brat be possessed too? It's too scary. This brat has just joined the Thousand Demon sect, but he can already defeat an older disciple. If he's allowed to grow, won't he surpass the peak senior brothers in the sect? Let's see if he can kill his opponent first. In the arena, the eyes of the green-robed disciple turned pitch black without a single trace of color, like a black hole in the night sky. At the same time, Yi Xian was the same. His aura began to skyrocket, and his entire body was wrapped in a dark, demonic aura. He was like a god of death. Fight! Yi Xian roared and attacked even faster than before. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the earth-shattering swords flew towards the green-robed disciple, only to be destroyed by his flame defense. But don't forget, Yi Xian's elemental qi wasn't worth much, and his opponent's elemental qi was only of the fire attribute, not the wood attribute. The green-robed disciple was beaten to the point where he had no power to fight back. He could only passively defend, and his fire attribution qi was quickly consumed. Damn it! Damn it! The green-robed disciple cursed in his heart. According to his estimation, Yi Xian should have used up all of his true qi long ago. How was he still able to hold on until now? One had to know that he only had 1/3 of his elemental qi left. He wasn't the only one who realized this. So did the others. Yi Xian's elemental qi had far exceeded warriors of the same level. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that his martial arts consumed very little elemental qi? The higher one's martial arts attainment is, the less elemental qi is consumed. Could it be that he has reached 100% mastery? Maybe he has some trick up his sleeve. The surrounding disciples were aghast. They didn't have much elemental qi left. If they could reduce their consumption, they could increase the duration of the battle, which could be considered a disguised increase in strength. But how could they know that Yi Xian had the sacred tree of life bloodline that allowed him to recover quickly? At this time, the battle was nearing its end. The green-robed disciple's fire attribute, Zhenqi, was almost depleted before he could even hit Yi Xian. When the elemental Zhenqi was depleted, the battle strength would be greatly reduced. Using ordinary Zhenqi to use elemental martial arts would not be as powerful as before. Haha, prepare to die. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Although using a method of depletion was a little shameless, it was also a strategy. As long as he could win, no one would say anything even if he used hidden weapons or poison. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. Pung. When the green-robed disciple's flame defense was shattered, the fire attribute Zhenqi in his body was also depleted. Now, he could only use ordinary Zhenqi. He sensed danger and smelled the scent of death. However, he knew where he was at. Battle Devil Platform. Thousand Demon Sects Battle Devil Platform. The Battle Devil Platform's rules were that as long as two people's feet landed on the platform, one of them had to die. If anyone violated the rules, they would be personally killed by the administrator of the Battle Devil Platform, which was that elder song. Ah, I'll fight it out with you. The green-robed disciple roared loudly. His entire aura changed again. Wow, he was bedeviled just now. This time, he really went berserk. Amazing! This is the first time I've seen someone go berserk. It seems that even if he doesn't die, he will be locked up in the 1,000-demon pagoda. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't be impatient. People like us who cultivate demonic arts can easily go berserk if we take the wrong path. A group of 1,000 demon sects disciples were gloating. They wanted nothing more than for the world to be in chaos. Seeing this, Elder Song also prepared to make a move. That was because one would lose their rationality if they went berserk. They might even casually attack other disciples. The other two disciples were also shocked. They originally thought that the green-robed disciple was enough to deal with Yi Xian. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian would be completely fine. On the other hand, their companion was forced to the point of going berserk. This slap in the face was too resounding. Brat, die. The green-robed disciple, who went berserk, roared loudly. At this moment, what he wanted to do the most was to cut Yi Xian into 8 pieces, then peel off his skin, bones, and tendons before turning him into a corpse. In his eyes, Yi Xian was like a demon who killed his father and raped his wife. So, what if you've gone berserk? Can you still be revived? Die for me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In an instant, he slashed out several earth-shattering swords. The earth-shattering swords sank into the ground and quickly swept to the green-robed disciple's feet. Pung, pung, pung. The green-robed disciple, Su Rian, went berserk. However, his battle awareness was still there. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to block all the attacks. Rip! The green-robed disciple's arms and thighs were instantly petrified by the earth attribute True Qi. At this moment, another earth-shattering sword rose up and slashed at his petrified body. Kacha! The green-robed disciple's thighs instantly shattered, separated from his body, and fell to the ground. Chapter 5:28. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio 1 verses 2 thud. When the green-robed disciple's corpse smashed onto the Battle Devil stage, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead. They watched as Yi Xian walked over and took the green-robed disciple's yin and yang ring. Oh, just a little more. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. There were many things in the yin and yang ring, but he still needed a little more to convert his attributes to 4%. He had won the first round, so it was time for the second round. He flew to the bottom of the platform. Elder Song smiled and said, "Men, go and clean up the Battle Devil stage." This round was very intense, and the battle demon platform was a mess. As soon as Elder Song gave the order, some disciples rushed to the platform to clean up the corpses and repair the battle demon platform. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the other two disciples and said, "Who's next?" He still needed a little more to level up. As long as he dealt with these two, he would definitely be able to break through. However, after seeing Yi Xian's strength, the two of them were a little afraid. Even the green-robed disciple, who countered Yi Xian's earth attribute, had died at the hands of Yi Xian. If the two of them went up, wouldn't they end up the same? How dare you? You actually dare to kill senior brother, winless people? The leader of the group shouted angrily. Can you say something more meaningful? For example, let's have a round. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, the two of them trembled violently. They were not confident that they could beat Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had just fought a round, so he must have used up a lot of his attribute, true qi. If they went up now, they would definitely have an advantage. However, when they thought of Yi Xian's attribute, true qi, which was much stronger than others of the same level, they cowered again. How about this? Since you don't dare to fight me one-on-one, why don't you come together? Yi Xian, will take you on alone. Yi Xian suddenly said, "What?" When these words fell into the ears of the surrounding people, they were once again shocked. This time, Yi Xian actually wanted to go one-on-two. When the 2,000 demon sect disciples heard this, they looked at each other and immediately revealed crafty smiles. They wondered if Yi Xian had gone mad as well. After an intense battle, he actually wanted to go 1-against-2 in the second round. If he wasn't possessed, then he was definitely a fool. This Elder Song, who was standing at the side, was stunned. It was possible to fight 1-against-2 on the Battle Devil stage, but Yi Xian had already fought once. You two, to think that you're my 1,000 demon sects disciples and my senior brothers. Don't you even have this bit of courage? Yi Xian couldn't help but provoke them. What did you say? The leader immediately became furious. Another disciple in black also angrily rebuked. Fine, since you want to die so much, I'll accept it. Awesome. Yi Xian revealed a crafty smile and walked in front of Elder Song to register. Fine. Elder Song shook his head. He was the administrator of the Battle Devil stage. As long as both sides agreed, he didn't have the authority to interfere. Although Yi Xian's aptitude was very good, if he died, he wouldn't be considered a genius. He would only be considered a person with good luck. After Elder Song registered, he said, "Go to the second Battle Devil stage. The rules are the same." "Thank you, Elder." After Yi Xian spoke, he actually took the lead and flew towards the Battle Devil stage. The other two hurriedly followed him. There's going to be a good show. This brat actually dares to go 1-against-2. Maybe he has the strength. Let's see if anyone wants to bet. Me. I'll be the banker. I'll bet 10 water spirit fruits on that brat. I'll bet 3 fire spirit fruits on those two. The surrounding 1,000 demon sects disciples immediately became interested. Their bet was a spirit fruit. This was a precious item for a spirit essence stage martial artist. A single spirit fruit could allow a peak heaven vein stage martial artist to break through to the spirit realm. However, for spirit stage warriors like them, it wasn't much. After all, the effects of the spirit fruit would decrease towards the end. Furthermore, the time required to refine the spirit fruit would also increase greatly. If it wasn't for Yi Xian devouring everything, he would have wanted to bet on himself. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything good left. He was only left with the fire spirit. Even if one reached the spirit stage, there would still be people fighting over a spirit beast like the fire spirit. After he snatched the fire spirit, the entire South Peace City was in an uproar. This was because as long as one could sign a contract with the fire spirit, they would at least be able to break through to the spirit stage. Yi Xian and the other two people both landed on the battle devil stage. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yi Xian immediately said, "Senior brothers, let's not waste time. Let's begin. You're courting death." Yi Xian's tone made the leading man extremely angry. He immediately launched an attack. The other black-clothed disciple also did the same. Although it was 2 against 1, this was the battle devil stage. Over the years, there had been many cases of the weak winning against the strong. They couldn't fall like the previous person. One is wood, and the other is metal. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There was no conflict between wood and earth. Furthermore, his earth was able to restrain the leading man's metal attribute chi. Battle Dragon's 8 stacks. In an instant, Yi Xian erupted with extreme speed and dodged the two people's attacks. If he wanted to win this battle, he would need to use the same method. That was guerrilla warfare. However, guerrilla warfare wasn't that easy. Bedevilment. When the leading man saw that his first attack had failed, he immediately used the Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique's bedevilment technique. His strength instantly soared. "Damn, I'll do it too." Bedevilment. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and entered bedevilment once again. Demonic chi wrapped around his body and his aura soared. The Dao Heart Devil Seed Technique's bedevilment technique consumed a lot of chi. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Even the leading man could only enter bedevilment twice in a row. However, when Yi Xian was conversing, the non-attribute chi and earth attribute chi in his body had already recovered to their peak. The two of them instantly entered bedevilment as 2 monstrous demonic chi spread out. Bang! 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 The leading man and the black-clothed disciple attacked crazily. The former assisted, while the latter assisted. Their cooperation was perfect. However, Yi Xian's speed still greatly surpassed theirs. Dragon slaying 8 stacks. Sword of Earth splitting. With the 2 martial arts working together, Yi Xian still had some advantage. The reason why he challenged 2 people at once, other than because he was about to break through, was also because he needed to train his martial arts. The Sword of Earth splitting had already reached 90% completion, and the Battle Dragon Stomp had reached 80% completion. As long as either of these 2 martial arts improved, he would be able to win. Even if he couldn't improve, it didn't matter. In any case, these 2 people couldn't catch up to him, right? If they couldn't catch up to him, it meant that they weren't a threat to him. However, he could use the sacred tree of life's bloodline to increase his advantage until he killed the 2 of them. Damn trash, you run pretty fast. Chapter 529. Translator, trans and editor, trans and senior brother windless, damn trash, you sure run fast. The man who was already possessed gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that Yi Xian was much stronger than before, so much so that the 2 of them couldn't do anything to Yi Xian even if they worked together. More than 10 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. Yi Xian relied on his extremely high martial arts attainments and speed to run quickly on the battle demon stage. Almost there. Almost there. I feel like I'm about to break through. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he ran wildly, as if he was one with the earth. On the ground, it was as if he was an invincible existence. Breakthrough for me. Yi Xian roared towards the sky. Pa! Ding! The proficiency of Battle Dragon Stomp has increased. Current proficiency is at 90%. Finally, the Battle Dragon Stomp finally broke through and reached 90% proficiency. Ha ha! Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. The earth-shattering sword was enhanced by the Earth attribute and Sword Saint bloodline. Although the Battle Dragon Stomp only had an earth attribute enhancement, he was very fond of this martial art. Practicing it was like playing around, which was why he was able to reach the same level as the earth-shattering sword. The enhancement of the Battle Dragon Stomp caused Yi Xian's speed to increase sharply. In addition to the speed enhancement, his entire body seemed to be flying. One had to know that he wasn't using Imperial air flight. So fast, this brat actually broke through in the middle of the battle. So strong, the entire stage is shaking. I didn't expect the Earth attribute to be so strong. No wonder it's so rare. The group of people were dumbfounded. Exceeding one's limits in a battle was a common thing, but there weren't many people who could actually do it. Yi Xian was one of them. I broke through. Now you can die for me, Yi Xian shouted, and directly rushed towards the black-clothed disciple. Yi Xian's breakthrough came very suddenly. The black-clothed disciple was originally the closest to him, but after he broke through, the black-clothed disciple was stunned and couldn't react. Die! He suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of the black-clothed disciple, then easily chopped off his head. Death! As the black-robed disciple's head flew into the air, his interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 4 points. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's Earth attribute, true energy, increased in strength and quantity. This change was enough to determine the outcome of this battle. Your dead meat, earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head to look at the leader and started attacking the floor madly. Xiao! 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 The leader resisted with great difficulty. Yi Xian was of the earth attribute, while he was of the metal attribute. Therefore, Yi Xian's earth attribute Qinqi would deal additional damage. If it had been a one-on-one battle between him and Yi Xian in the first round, he wouldn't have been able to beat Yi Xian. Now that he had broken through twice in a row, he was destined to lose. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the floor behind the leader, directly cutting off his head. Death! 1 against 2. Yi Xian successfully killed both of them. The spectating disciples were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian's aptitude had probably surpassed all of them. After a long while, they finally regained their senses. How terrifying! He broke through twice in a single battle. Once in martial arts and once in realm. Is this kid a freak? Many people thought so in their hearts. Their gazes gathered on Yi Xian. However, just as Yi Xian landed outside the Battle Devil platform, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. Kid, you're courting death. Everyone turned their heads to look, and when they saw the appearance of the person who had arrived, they were greatly shocked. Then, they revealed expressions of schadenfreude because the person who had arrived at this moment was Senior Brother Wufeng. Who? Yi Xian turned his head in shock. He didn't recognize this Senior Brother Wufeng. However, he could feel that this person was very strong. He was probably 10 times stronger than the person he just killed. Wufeng quickly flew over and landed in front of Yi Xian. He fiercely said, "Bastard, who gave you the guts to kill my Windless Alliance's people?" Windless Alliance. After hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's brain quickly thought for a moment and reacted. Presumably, this was Senior Brother Wufeng. However, Yi Xian heard that Senior Brother Wufeng went to comprehend the Demon God chapter. Could it be that the Demon God chapter came out halfway? Who are you? Although he already guessed in his heart, Yi Xian still asked, You dare to kill my Windless Alliance's people? Don't you know who I am? Senior Brother Wufeng opened his eyes wide. Could it be that you're Senior Brother Wufeng? Yi Xian pretended to ask. Humph! Senior Brother Wufeng coldly snorted. His aura suddenly skyrocketed and pressed down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian only felt a powerful aura pressing down on him like a mountain. It pressed down on his chest and made his heart beat faster. So strong. At this time, Yi Xian finally felt Wu Feng's true strength. The latter's attribute conversion had probably exceeded 15 points, or even 20 points. Elder Song couldn't watch anymore. He hurriedly poured out his true qi to bear the pressure. At the same time, he coldly shouted, "Wu Feng, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Thousand Demon Sect just because you have the support of the Great Elder." Wu Feng's strength was very strong. He was already close to 20 points of attribute conversion. The true qi in his body was vast and mighty. He was at the top of the Thousand Demon Sect's disciples. However, Elder Song was an elder after all. Moreover, he was the administrator of the battle demon stage. His strength far surpassed Wu Feng's. "It's you again, old man." Wu Feng glanced at Elder Song and secretly said in his heart. After Elder Song made his move, the pressure on Yi Xian's body instantly dissipated. Then Wu Feng retracted his aura and said, "Although the people who died were trash, they were still my Windless Alliance's people. However, they weren't qualified to be killed by a bastard like you." Windless Alliance was a small force in the Thousand Demon Sect. The leader was this Wu Feng. It didn't matter if those 3 people with 7 points of attribute conversion died. However, they were still Windless Alliance's people. They were killed. How could Windless possibly look on and not stand up for them? Just kill them. Is there a need to be qualified? Yi Xian coldly smiled. "What did you say?" This sentence seemed to have touched senior brother Wu Feng's G-spot. His aura couldn't help but leak out. "Are you going to bite me?" Yi Xian didn't care at all. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. If he was afraid of this, and that, how could he achieve great things? "Brat, you're courting death." Senior brother Wu Feng looked like he was about to make a move. With his realm, killing Yi Xian in an instant was a piece of cake. "Wu Feng, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless." Elder Song was furious. The reason why he was angry wasn't because Wu Feng wanted to kill Yi Xian, but because Wu Feng relied on the support of the Thousand Demon Sect's Great Elder and ignored him. "Old man, I've been unhappy with you for a long time.